What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Friday Night Barbershop Talk. Hey, listen, I want to say something to the people that's already just came in here tonight. We got Tommy B in the building. We got the ghost OGJ Speed in the building tonight. Tonight's going to be a little different because I want everybody's opinions. I'm going to put the link in the chat for people to come up tonight to voice their opinions on the subject matter of tonight. Let me see. Let me get y'all right. Give me just a second here. I'm going to put it in the chat. All right. And Mr. Bennett, while I'm doing that, how you doing tonight, brother?
I'm doing well. Good week.
All right. Best thing that happened to you this week?
Best thing that happened to me this week. Actually, I hooked up with some coworkers. We've been in this remote world for quite some time, so I haven't seen people actually in 2 years.
Wow.
So it's just good to see some people face to face. We kind of, got together for some happy hour time and just catching up with some folks hadn't seen in a while. So yes, that was pretty cool.
All right, yeah, man. Well, hey, ain't nothing like catching up, brother. Absolutely. So, I wanted to talk about how do you feel about this whole submarine thing? I mean, what are your thoughts from beginning to end? Just give me that much.
Honestly, I don't have any. I feel the same way about that as those who decide to climb Mount Everest. It's a dangerous thing. I mean, the Mount Everest is littered with bodies who died in trying to make the attempt. So if you have the means to, want to take those kind of risks into your own hands, and you go out and do something that is inherently dangerous, I mean, certainly going under those conditions and whatnot, nothing's foolproof and things happen. I honestly, I don't have one way about the other. Now, something like an accident, like, when Kobe died in the helicopter crash, I mean, that's something totally unexpected. I mean, things are supposed to work the way they should, and things went wrong there. So those are the tragedies to me. But for, millionaires and billionaires to want to, look at the Titanic or, whatever the expedition is, again, you run your own risk. If you go into an area that's remote and, some of the natives there don't treat you kindly or whatever, again, it's in your own hands at that point. So, right. But for me, obviously, the news coverage of it all is just like, with a lot of high profile people, where it be, I remember going way back, Joan Benet Ramsey, like 20 something years ago. I mean, it's just this one girl, black girls and, other, minorities of color, stuff happens to them. You don't hear anything about them. But, when certain classes of people, when they, face tragedy, and again, I'm not saying that young girl went through, whatever happened, it should not have happened, but it's just the media attention that coverage gets. Again, not everyone's treated equal in that space. So again, not, no strong emotions one way or another, but you take your risk in your hand, so for all these people looking to get into the rocket ship to go up into space and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I may, by the time I'm ready for it, I may get the senior discount or something like that. And, let them work out the kinks 20, 30 years from now to where it's as common as regular air travel. And then I may consider it, but I don't have a desire to be the first in a lot of these dangerous trips they're in. So, I'm kind of neutral about it.
Now, like you just said, did you know that there was a boat full of refugees, 700 people, and it sank, and only 3 of those people out of the 700 survived? Everybody else drowned.
I think I vaguely remember hearing something like that. But like I said, it clearly didn't get the daily since Sunday. This thing has been headlining every nightly news broadcast. That's a nice picture of you, by the way.
I appreciate it.
But certainly it hasn't gotten the nightly news coverage that this one certainly has. And so again, it just goes to show that, depending on your affluence, a lot of times that oftentimes buys you a lot more coverage than an ordinary person or refugees or anything else. So that's just the imbalance there, but not surprising.
No, I saw the news today where they were looking at the son. I think it's the stepson of one of the guys who passed away on that submarine. And after he found out his dad was dead, they saw him. They videoed him. He was at a Blink 182 concert. Like nothing happened, bro. That's crazy, right?
Yeah. I mean that's that's pretty mind-boggling. That may factor in some of the discussion that you may want to bring up tonight in terms of that, that disconnect.
Right.
Those who go chasing the bag of the careers, what do you leave behind? And we've all heard these stories of wealthy people and the relationships with their kids. I think there was a movie that came out not too long ago. I think it was I think Christopher Plummer was in it. It's about this guy who's I think his son was kidnapped or something like that, and he refused to put up the ransom money, basically saying that his son was basically not worth the money or something to that.
When is it Mark Wahlberg?
So I don't think so. I think Christopher Plummer played the main rich guy, and his son, I'm not sure who that was. But there, and I think there's a stat of some kind. I need to see if I can look it up quickly. There's a stat as far as children of wealthy people, like how they do relative to their parents, especially if their parents had to scrap and make the money, how the kids turn out after the money is made or something like that. I thought there was some statistics on that, that it didn't paint a favorable picture that the next generation is necessarily going to have the grind or the desire, the hustle that you did in order to get into, that space, operating from comfort. Very few people are just motivated just to, what gets you up every day, fear, fear of being broke or fear of, feeding your family, your babies and whatnot. That drives a lot of people into, I remember watching an interview with the former heavyweight champion Deontay Wilder. And he talked about how the main reason he got into boxing was because his daughter was born with a spinal bifida, and he needed to make some money, and boxing was like the only avenue. I mean, he was tall, he could have played basketball, but he wasn't that good of a basketball player. But you figure in less than 18 months of boxing, which is usually unheard of, he's going into the Olympics and wins a bronze medal in the Olympics, which, you got guys been fighting since they've been 5, 7, 8 years old. He starts as an adult, and he becomes a champion, and we the rest of the story. So again, it's oftentimes it's that fear that motivates people to really get on things. It's not just inspiration. That I think propels a lot of people to that status. So again, if you've grown up in relative comfort, what's going to make you get up and do that next thing? In fact, I was just talking to a coworker tonight at the get together, and I talked to her father-in-law, and he's very, very successful in real estate. Has developed a very good business for himself, and his sons were certainly brought up in the business. And one of the questions I asked him was like, well, how were you able to keep your sons sort of engaged in the business? And, wouldn't they want to play sports or some other activities or whatever? He said, no, they basically kept it. But the wife actually revealed to me later that even the sons did have, at least her husband, had some reservations about it later on. And it definitely changed how he decided to parent his sons. So he said, I got to get up. The business is part of him. So yes, he does it, but does he love it or with the same zeal that his father did? Probably not. And he decided that when they had their children, their sons, that he wouldn't raise them the way his father raised him. He wanted his kids to have sports and pursue other interests and things of that nature. So it just goes to show that, so just because you grew up in a certain place, that doesn't mean you're going to have that same drive as what your parents had, and that's going to keep you motivated going forward. So just going back to relating to the story of the wealthy, the children of wealthy parents, they don't necessarily, they're not their parents a lot of times. In fact, a lot of times they go totally the other way as a result of it. You muted, Black Man.
What up, JT? What's going on, my boy?
What's happening, man? What's going on, Pimpin?
What's going on, JT? Good to see you, bro.
You got this.
What's going on, Mr. Bennett?
All right.
Now,
how you feeling those alternate Detroit Lions helmets that they're about to release in 2023? How you feeling those?
I'm liking them. I'm liking them. I mean, you know, I like the helmets that they got right now, but I feel it. Shit. Anything is good. I don't care. I'm gonna really like them if we start really winning.
Yeah, well, y'all were on the cusp last year. I mean, a couple balls went your way, you would have been definitely in the playoffs. So y'all there.
You think Jared Goff can have another season like that?
Yes. Yeah, I think Jared Goff. He got a couple of more seasons in him. I don't know about that trade that they had with what's my man name as a second string quarterback? The black guy. What's his name? They got him for 1 year. Damn, I don't know how I even went blank on that one.
I went blank too, brother. Maybe, hey, Hank, what's up, Hank? Hank probably know who you're talking
over,
about.
JT. It's over. It's over for y'all. Y'all had y'all love.
So that's the resident Bears fan in the middle.
Yeah, we came and get a good 2 seasons with it, bro.
I barely got that one.
The Bears, man. What about the Bears? Golly. What they gonna do?
You know what we're gonna do.
Yeah. Know about the Bears, man. Yeah, I gotta get past us.
You know we're gonna see a Super Bowl shuffling here shortly.
Oh, y'all gotta get past us.
Did you say Super Bowl?
Y'all not even a factor.
Did you say Super Bowl champs?
Super Bowl shuffling. Yeah.
Man, listen, let me tell you something, man. I went to a conference and they had Dak Prescott as one of the speakers. Now, George Foreman, amazing, guys.
Yeah.
Amazing speaker, bro. Dak got up there and promised all these people a Super Bowl this year.
Damn. So he lied to them.
Man, I looked at my son looked at me, and we just shook our heads. They were asking questions. They say, "Hey, Dak, how do you feel about the team this year?" He said, "We're definitely going to win the Super Bowl with the team we have this year."
Damn. Hey, look, ain't nothing wrong with wishful thinking, man. You got to stay positive, but reality gonna kick in, just like for Detroit and the Saints.
Oh,
we're gonna be upsetting everybody.
Hey, you know what? Are we on y'all schedule this year?
If it was as an L,
huh? I couldn't hear you.
You heard me. It's an L if y'all.
Let me see. I'm going to check right now.
So you better pray about it. You better pray about it, Black man.
Okay, hold on just a minute. You wait a damn minute. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see what this schedule is looking like.
Pray about it if y'all are.
Yeah, I can't wait, boy. You better stay by your phone, boy. Let me see.
Oh, man.
Chicago Bears. They so scared. I don't even think they on here. Hold on.
Damn.
Let me see. I don't think they're gonna be on here, man.
It might be game 8.
Saints, Chargers, Saints, Chiefs. Damn. We open up with the Chiefs. Damn. No, that's preseason. Thank you, Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah, preseason open up with the Chiefs. Regular season, let's see. Oh yeah, we got the Bears November the 5th. Oh, it's going down.
That sound like an L for y'all.
We're gonna tear
What's that? That's game 8, ain't it?
Yeah.
Y'all gotta come to us though.
We're gonna tear that ass up. Yep, we come to y'all. Yeah.
It's November. It's cold out there. Y'all don't want to deal with that.
I'm looking at the regular season. We got the first game of the season, the Panthers. That's ass whooping. We're gonna whoop the Packers. They ain't no more Aaron Rodgers. We're gonna whoop the Buccaneers. Ain't no more Tom Brady. We're gonna whoop the Patriots. Ain't no more Tom Brady. We're gonna whoop the Texans. They rebuild, and we're gonna whoop the Jaguars. Well, I don't know about that. They got a squad. The Colts.
Y'all that whole division's trash, man. That's some bullshit, man.
Who? The Jaguars?
No.
He talking about our division. He
talking about
South.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the NFC South is.
Hold on. Hey, don't be disrespectful. And we got the Jaguars. We got the Colts. That's a win. Then we're gonna whoop y'all. Then we're gonna whoop the Vikings, and then we got the Falcons. We're gonna whoop them. Then we got the Lions right after that. So we get a chance to whoop both of y'all ass.
Yeah, it's gonna be over.
Black man, is that what you're saying?
Huh?
Y'all going 14-3? Is that what it sounds like?
Hey, that's what it's looking like.
It's a lot of dubs. You're saying I don't know how they go.
Hey, I see us winning another Super Bowl, man.
Goddamn.
That's a lot of weather right there.
I'm just praying that we get Derek Carr, not Derek Carrette.
Oh damn.
That's all.
Drew Brees ain't walking through that door.
Hey, look, you see what Tommy B said? Tommy B said Aaron Rodgers leave his division and Hank lose his damn mind. That's what I'm talking about.
Say what you want to, Tyler. You better recognize us.
Yeah. Hey man, but I want to update y'all on something, man. I was reading this right before the show started. With this Jonathan Majors thing, man. Boy, look.
Oh,
I see why she didn't want to go to court. Let me show it to you. Man, all this evidence coming out, bro. I see why she didn't want to go to court, man. Here we go. So let's go up. It says just one day after the Marvel star Jonathan Majors appeared in court, Majors' lawyer has reportedly submitted eyewitness interviews, phone records, and credit card statements, and hours of surveillance of police body camera video. But let me get down to the part where she was lying. It says, all right, here we go. The surveillance footage. It says, according to Chandri, footage from the street corner where Majors allegedly got out of the car during the altercation, footage from Lucy's nightclub, footage from their shared penthouse elevator footage. Damn, they got everything. All show that Jabari, which is the girl's last name, was allegedly the aggressor, who didn't show any signs of injury to her hand or her ear or her head at the penthouse. She argued that Jabari instead took a fall while alone with Majors. Like when they was fighting, she fell at the penthouse, and they got all this on camera. They also have the police body cam footage of showing her neck and her body when they showed up, and there was no scarring on her neck or her hands.
Damn.
As she reported on him. So yeah, they about to show her.
Well, that I'm gonna tell you right now, that Me Too movement, it gave these heifers false hope.
Yep.
It's over for them. And once the tables turn, bro, it's gonna be looking bad for a lot of these doggone women, man. Whole bunch of these damn women.
Well, Black Man, I want to ask you, since you're in Dallas area, what's the deal with Michael Urban and his case? Is there any movement on that? I haven't heard anything.
No, I haven't heard anything about it. No movement whatsoever, brother. All I know is they got the evidence from the cams.
Yeah, I saw the camera footage. I didn't see anything on there, but
yeah, what do you get from that? Hey, Trey, the link is in the chat, man. Come on up, brother. We'd love to have you. Now I want to show y'all this video. We saw it before, but this is how I want to break the conversation there. And I got another one right after that. We're gonna break down because this woman here got on my nerves so bad today. I just said I'm just gonna hold my comments until the show starts, and then we get into the meat of the show about what the title is. But let me pull this video up because I don't think Hink was here last time when we showed this. But let me pull it up. Here we go. Here you go. Bam.
Every bill in that house, do whatever you want, okay? He don't run nothing up in there, okay? Just so you know, unless he's paying every single bill and every one of your bills, he doesn't run anything. Stop caring so much. If he doesn't like you wearing a certain thing, put that thing on and walk out. If he doesn't like you wearing weave and makeup, put the weave and makeup on and walk out. If he don't like you getting nails done this long or with like red nail polish on it, get your nails red and long. If he doesn't like you wearing certain types of clothing or shoes, put them on and walk around and like you don't run nothing over here, okay? I don't like when you do A, B, C, and D. So I guess it's okay. If he ain't
Hank, everybody unmute yourself. Hank, we'll start with you. What are your thoughts? You don't run nothing, Hank.
I mean, it is what it is. She can feel that way if she want to. Look, some sap will take her ass in, and that's gonna be a problem for him. Look, man. I hope these guys do their Columbo work and do some investigation work. You know, get your Matlock on and look into these heifers. The social media, they post every goddamn thing on a regular basis. Let it be known that you are doing your research and you vetting this heifer. You know, you hear her talk like this. You know, I hope he didn't marry that woman. I hope he didn't do that.
Now let me tell you something. I'm finna shock you. She's married with 2 girls.
Yeah, he probably need to feed her ass to the goddamn pigs. That's the only way she's gonna figure that shit out. Because yeah, she sounds like a lifetime headache.
Yeah.
And, you know, she probably do run a house like she say. I wouldn't be surprised, man. You know what I'm saying? Her beauty got her so far, and now she got a husband, and he's probably some ugly 20-something year older than she is, and he just glad to have her. She probably don't even give him no ass no goddamn more. She pats him on his head and smack him on his ass and send him on in the bedroom, tell him go about his business. She don't clean up. She got a maid. You know what I'm saying? She probably don't even take her own goddamn kids. She got a live-in nanny. You know, she's probably living a good life, enjoying life. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. If I have to find some sucker like Trey to take her ass in, and so be it, man. Congratulations.
So, Hank, let me ask you this, Hank. Let me ask you this. If you were married and you're about to get married, and 2 years in, 3 years into the marriage, you go online and you just scrolling through your shorts and you see your wife saying these things online. Your man don't run nothing. What's the discussion when she walks through the door?
Well, I'm gonna know about this beforehand, so there ain't no way it's gonna be as goddamn surprise me, especially if it's old, you know, it's an old short. Now, if she just recently did that, but if she has that mindset, she's shown it. She's shown. She can't have that mindset and not display none of these attributes she's talking about. So she's showing it. So you got to move accordingly. You have to move accordingly. Don't stick with her. Why? I don't give a damn what she does. I don't care what sexual position she puts your ass in, or she cook. She got big titty, big old ass. I don't care about none of that, man. I care about none of that. Because guess what?
Streets.
Hey, look, them lifetime headaches you're gonna have, them issues you're gonna have to deal with, and guess what? As soon as you hit that 10-year mark on your ass, she gonna be looking to file them papers.
Yep.
She probably already been putting money over in the Cayman Islands already. You don't even know it. She just steadily milking your ass. Small incremental amounts of money. You're not even paying attention. You just think, oh, it's just it must be the car payment keep coming out. $1,500 every month. She's dropping it somewhere where you can't get a hold to it.
Damn.
Then it won't be till later when y'all at the mediation doing the books. Like, man, what's going on here? What was these transactions? And you have no answer, no idea.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah,
JT.
I better leave women like that alone.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can see is her showing women how to be hard-headed. That's it. Have a hard head. That's all it is. So why would anybody listen to something like that? If he tell you what he don't like and what he do like, do the total opposite. Was her message?
Yep.
I mean, you. The only people I know that'll listen to her is people that don't have a mind of their own. At the end of the day, how can you give somebody advice, relationship advice, and can't nobody see your shit? Don't nobody see what you're going through? If she's with a man and she's married, what'd you say, with 2 kids?
2 girls.
Yeah. At the end of the day, she got her a sucker. That's just what it is. She got a sucker. So, it's not hard for women to get suckers. There's a whole bunch of these cats out here. Whole bunch of suckers out here. It don't move me one way or another, because if I'm with a woman and if I have her blasting this girl's stuff on her phone and stuff like that, and I'm hearing her, it's probably about over with me and that girl anyway. The woman I'm with, she the total opposite of what that woman talking about. She got a mind of her own anyway when it comes down to it. So, get your likes, do what you do. If you live in that life, if you like your life, then that's fine. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see how a husband can deal with that every day, Trey. What are your thoughts?
First off, good evening, fellas.
What's going on, brother?
Well, we know that she's a career-long sugar baby. The history has been done on her. They pulled up her past, and this is all she's ever done. She's always, extorted money, and I'm using the word extortion for a reason. She's always, got money out of men in exchange for whatever services she's ever gave them. So this is what she does, and it's not surprising to me. Every time I see a woman get on social media, she's usually telling another woman how to stay single for the rest of her life. That's the best advice they can give. It's unfortunate because I think there's a lot of women out here who would actually help other women not be single for the rest of their life, but that's not the women who tend to get on these social media spaces. And they certainly, if they are on these spaces, they don't have the loudest voice. This woman is very, very popular for using the phrase sprinkle, sprinkle. And you have a lot of women running around talking about sprinkle, sprinkle, and they should also be saying single, single, because that's what a lot of them are going to be, continuing to listen to her. All the nonsense that she spews out here, whether I'm in agreement with marriage or not is irrelevant. I understand the benefits of it, regardless of my personal feelings about it. I can see the benefits of it. I can see why it makes sense. But I can't understand from her is that she is married with kids, she is being taken care of, and why she isn't explaining how she got to that point. But the problem is that she can't explain it without telling the truth. And the truth is that she's a sugar baby. So that's the problem. So she has to go on this deep end and tell them the complete opposite, because the truth is only going to expose her. But they've done stories on her. I've watched these other content creators have done the background on her.
What's her name, Trey?
You
know her name?
Sheba Shira or Sheba Shira 7 or something like that. But they've done the stories on her, and she's been exposed. This is what she does. She literally has 2-3 hour long lives, and all they are is about teaching women how to extract money from men.
Yeah, and so, Mr. Bennett, different question for you. One of your friends that you're really, really close with, one of your homeboys, is married to this woman. What do you say? You muted.
Well, it would certainly, we would have to be very close. I know guys who are in similar situations with their wives where, their wives are very dominant. And there's always situations where the woman brings up how she makes more money and things of that nature. In a lot of ways, guys are emasculated. And again, unless the guy's like very close to me where I have that level of transparency to tell him, I'm gonna keep that to myself for the most part, unless he really asks my opinion. And I'll ask him, it's like, look, do you really want to hear what I have to say about this matter? Because you're the one who has to go home and live with her. I don't. It's interesting though. I have heard in work situations where you'll have Black women around the table. One in particular, I remember she was engaged to be married, and she at the table, she was just saying all kinds of stuff about how the marriage was going to run, and she didn't care what he had to say about it, that this going to be the way it is, and I'm going to be running it this way, whatnot, and he's going to have to accept it. And I remember I'm just in the kitchen, just being a fly on the wall, but just mind myself, man, if there was a way I could secretly record this and send it to the guy. I didn't know who her man was, but certainly, if I could secretly slip it to him, so he would get the real, like, look, this is what your fiance is saying about you. You may want to reconsider this. I would. And I've been in more than one conversation with that. And it definitely seems to be, I've certainly been in rooms with women where the energy changes depending on who's in there, where you can have a woman who overall is fairly decent, but just that energy in the room and a lot of the rhetoric coming out of the voice of someone else, sometimes, it whether or not they believe it or not, or they're buying it or not, is to be debated. But certainly it seems like they buy into the hive mentality when it comes to how they treat their man, even though they're not actually doing it. But it's almost like to be accepted by the larger group. If that energy is going around, they don't have the confidence or the discipline to push against that and say, look, that's not how I run in my home, because again, they don't want the smoke that comes from that. So I've been in situations like that. But in this case here, when I first heard, I just thought this woman was capping. I didn't think, in reality, does she actually live her life that way? Or is this basically she made a deal with a guy to say, look, this is just a character I'm playing on TV, so to speak. But it's not, but understand, she understands what the real is, what the actual guy she's with. But having said that, for a guy to even tolerate that, because that you're going to be influencing people who may not know that you may be playing a character or not, would be reason enough to say not to do it. But apparently she's still allowed to do it. So either way, I think the guy looks bad. if she's just play acting or he's just allowing this to go on. Either way, it doesn't paint him in a good light at all.
Hey, Tommy B, welcome to the show tonight, my brother. What are your thoughts on this crazy woman?
Shit. If he like it, I love it. It ain't got nothing to do with me. Won't affect my house no way, shape, or form.
So Tommy B, you married, right? And you in the kitchen fixing the kids something to eat, and your girl got a podcast or she's on one, and you pass by the door and she says, Tommy don't run nothing. And if he ain't paying 100% of the bills here, and I ain't sitting at the house and he taking care of me, Tommy don't run. Hey, listen, he don't like these long nails, I'm finna put them on. He don't like my weave in my head, I'm definitely getting some braids tomorrow. What do you saying?
And if he say something about it, his ass out the door.
Yeah, if he say something about his ass out the door, what are you saying, Tommy, to that?
It wouldn't happen. Like I think we got to understand that like these women attract certain dudes, and I think we need to get out of this mind state that every dude is this dude that we invent in our head. Yeah. There are some niggas out here who are weak, and I'm not knocking them. It's just what they are. Yep. I got a friend. That's how he is. It just is what it is, and it was frustrating at first, but at the end of the day, he was the nigga in the hood that whenever it was a fight, his mama came down.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying, like that type of shit. And so after a while, you got to stop expecting, and I think that's a big problem with a lot of conversations that we have in this space. We expect every nigga to be you, and they not. And it just is what it is. And like I even talked about one of my best friends, I don't know what people think a successful marriage is, but one of my best friends, his parents been married probably 40 years, maybe 50 years, and she leaves the marriage. It fucking works. So you got a bunch of niggas on YouTube that's talking about this how marriage is supposed to work, this how marriage is supposed to work. Well, how the fuck do you speak against them when they've been doing it for 50 years and you niggas can't find a broad? So I think we need to understand that just because this is the way that you want shit to work, it doesn't mean that works for everybody. Everybody got different personalities. Everybody are different people. And I think what happens is when we had these conversations, we're speaking from the perspective that every guy is this guy that we imagine in our head that a guy is supposed to be. And realistically, it ain't. Some niggas ain't protectors. It's just what it is. Some niggas is stupid financially. And she got to take over. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what it is. And until people start figuring that out, you're going to keep having these circular conversations of, well, why is this happening? Why is this happening? Well, why would you do this? Why are you that? Because that nigga is built that way, bro. Like, you gave me a scenario that would never happen because that meant I wouldn't even allow that mentality around me.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So I think people just need to come to a point to just, you just got to respect it. Like, it is. I can't go to my homeboy's parents and go, your marriage is shitty. They've been married for 50 years. I ain't never been married. Who am I to tell them their marriage is anything?
How can you be in the same conversation with them if you ain't trying to ask them how did they do it that way or try to figure it out?
And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think I could do it their way.
But I also, right.
But also can't knock the way that they did it because they are still married after 40 or 50 years. You know what I'm saying? And I'm hearing from a bunch of dudes on YouTube. Most of the dudes that we hear from on YouTube ain't put 5 or 10 in. But if I told them a story about my homeboy parents, they would talk all kind of shit about that man. Well, his shit been working for 40, 50 years. How do I look at that and say it don't work? Now, does it work for me? No. But it works for him. And I think that's the point that we got to get to. This shit is certain shit works for certain people. And realistically, when I look at the relationship, I see why it works that way. Because dude ain't built to be this leader that we talk about. Mm-hmm. And I think we just, in our heads, we think that every dude is built to be this leader. And, like me and Mandrell, we done said it several times, man. I tell you right now, in the military, that'll show you that every nigga ain't no leader. I had plenty of niggas that outranked me. I told them straight the fuck up. You can't tell me shit. And they couldn't. It was what it was. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the reality of it. But I think we just kind of look at everything through one lens as, if you're not doing this, this, and this, you're not doing it right. And I think that's just the wrong way to look at shit. But
Oh,
she's
so Tommy,
absolutely disrespectful. I mean, I think the way that if that's really how she pushing the line, even if you were to be the one to run the household, like you still should have a certain level of respect in a relationship. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So she's kind of an extreme of shit. You know what I'm saying? If he don't like this, do it anyway. Like that's wild to me.
Yeah, she was just saying be hard headed. That's a
yeah,
just be
Yeah,
hard headed.
it's crazy because it's like you basically saying that do anything that makes your partner unhappy, which is
Right.
nuts to me. Like, damn, bitch, just leave.
right, right. So Tommy, just so I understand you a little bit better, do you believe then that there is such a thing as a man code or a way that a man should conduct himself that you would want to see promoted, or you just take people just as they are? Some aren't, and some are, and some aren't, and whatever the consequences of however they roll is, it is what it is. But you don't believe that in the, I guess, the promotion of what a man, or you have a vision in your man of what a man should be, or how a man should move.
I look at it like this: like we was talking about sports earlier. Can
Mhm.
anybody really tell Reggie Bush, nah, that's not the way you're supposed to play running back? You should be
Mhm.
running people over. Nah, he get the job done. He just get it done a different way.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't. I think there's a way that I think we would ideally want things to run because the way that society has shown us, there's a way that it it usually works this way. I guess you could say.
Mhm.
But then you have to make room for there's situations where shit just don't cookie cut out that way. And like I said, like with my boy, he not built like that. So how can I
Right.
come to him and be like, yo, you need to be more like this when I've already recognized you ain't built that way? You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
Like this dude is a complete idiot when it comes to finances. So
Right.
why would I go to him and go, you need to be the leader of the finances in your family? That
Now
would
I
be
hear you.
fuck. That's still you the devil.
I guess more so what I'm asking for is like, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think there's different branches, that can go in different directions or whatnot. But even there's like a root of a tree or a plant or whatever. Do you think there's a root that should be in every man? And the branches can go wherever they are, but at a man's core, you just think there's some values or some principles or whatever that every man should at least strive to be.
Yeah, yeah, but I think the crazy part is when you start identifying those stuff, it's almost more being human than even just being a man.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, when you start getting specifically towards a man, it gets hard because now you have to like that has to fit your personality. You know what I'm saying? Like, I personally would think every man should be a protector, but then I know every man can't be. Every nigga can't fight. Every nigga don't want to fight. You know what I'm saying? Or that type of stuff. Or you got some dudes that's just lazy. They don't want to provide. You know what I'm saying? Like this exists. This exists in this world, whether we agree with it or not, whether we like it or not. It exists. And in that world, they're still gonna need a mate. So I can't tell, this dude right here that operates completely different than me. Well, you need to operate the way that I operate. Well,
Right.
he ain't built the way I'm built. You know what I'm saying? So it's just I don't think everything is cookie cutter as we kind of try to make it seem a lot of times when we had these conversations. Like, well, it should be this way. Well,
Well,
you should do this.
Yeah, I agree.
I think there's one thing that should be a cookie cutter, and that's every husband should have they should be a level of respect for your husband. That should be a gift.
But Hank, that's why I said
That should be a gift.
But Hank, that's why I said it becomes a human thing though, because you should also have a little respect for your wife. You see what I'm saying?
I understand, but a man may have level of respect for his wife, but that woman right there has no respect for her man at all.
No, 100. No, I agree 100%. But what I'm saying is, when he asked me that question, that's why I said when you break down what you think, a man core, a man should be at his core. I'm like, well, if you really think about it, it's damn near gonna be what a human should be. Because again, like you just said, you're 100% right. You should have respect for your husband. But then I can also double back and be like, and you also have respect for your wife. Because if I saw a man on camera saying the same shit about his wife, I would feel the same way. Like, you out of pocket. You shouldn't be out here trying to embarrass your spouse like that. Even if that's how you ran your house, what's the point of putting it out in public and telling the public that's how you treat this person that you supposedly quote unquote love? It's crazy to me.
Now, okay. Now I got this one right here, guys. I want you to watch this one now. This young lady, because these are influencers. They got this. I think this girl right here got 600,000 followers, maybe. I don't know if y'all ever heard of her. Name is Spiritual Whistleblower. She talked about men and their daughters today, and she said that men who are very close to their daughters are sleeping with their daughters. She's telling the moms, don't let the daughters be around their daddies.
Roll that beautiful beam footage.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm about to,
so we can write it. So we can like.
That's why I'll be able to turn this internet off, man. This is wild.
Right. It's wild.
All right.
Close attention to men that treat their daughters like girlfriends or side chicks. Okay, this means that if he's using his daughter to make his baby mama jealous, or he ever throws his daughter in your face like she's another woman or side chick, trust and believe he'll fuck his daughter or molest her when you're not looking. This means that man is a narcissist and he's using his daughter as a pawn sexual object to hurt other women. Morning message. Good morning, ladies. We got to start paying close attention to men that treat their daughters like girlfriends or side chicks. Okay, this means that if he's using his daughter to make his baby mama jealous, or he ever throws his daughter in your face like she's another woman or side chick, trust and believe he'll fuck his daughter or molest her when you're not looking. This means that man is a narcissist and he's using his daughter as a pawn sexual object to hurt other women.
You know what, Blake, man? I would need, like, I'm not saying I agree with the wacky chick, but I would need an example. I literally can't even think of an example of what she's talking about.
Bro,
some shit off of the ID channel. It's some dumb shit off of the ID.
Yeah, I'm just like, what? Like, I'm literally like, because I'm trying to see where she's coming from. Not like agree, but trying to, and I'm like, I can't even think of a situation of you using your daughter to throw in the face of another. That sounds wild as fuck to me. So
fuck that part, Tommy. I'm talking about the goddamn part. She's talking about you asleep with your daughter and you.
No. That's great. But what I'm saying is, I'm trying to figure out how she got there. Like, give me an example of what you're talking about.
How you treating your daughter like a girlfriend? Like,
yeah, it's crazy to me. Like, what? It's wild.
Hold on. So Hank, what are your thoughts? Hank, what are your thoughts?
Man, look, I don't. Why ain't somebody deleting these bitches, man?
Amen.
Somebody doing this goddamn shit. They need to delete counts, take them away, flag them and ban them. What the fuck, man?
They won't know.
Hey, why that bitch went on the submarine?
Man, I'm trying to figure it out. I would have bought a ticket.
Hank, this is the thing. They are deleting them hoes. They are deleting them. If you see what the stories is right now, and you seeing how these stories going with these men that's coming up and they whacking these damn women off, it's women like that. It's women like that. What she just did was try to put a scare tactic into some damn women. That was a circumstantial thing. Has it ever happened? I'm pretty sure it did. But how often would that happen? The thing is that it's a scare tactic to keep goddamn look, because the message was to the young women.
Yeah,
the message was to the young women. One of the biggest things that I see with a lot of women is that they get jealous when you have relationships with your kids and they're not with you. That's a circumstance that you're not with that man. And when that man don't want to be with you no more, what's the first thing the woman want to say? He don't want to be with us no more. No, he just don't want to be with your ass. And a lot of these women be saying, if you gonna deal with them, you got to deal with all of us. We come as a package. That's bullshit. Then she gonna come with that scare tactic. That shit that's not a thing out here. A man gonna sit there and sleep with his daughter and treat her like his girlfriend. It's more on the opposite side, where you have most of these women treating their daughters as if that's their girlfriend, and they going out there and they hooking up with friends of their daughters, and they out here hanging with their friends. All of those things. it's way more women that's out here trying to be their friends, they daughters' friends than it is men ever trying to be like that.
Right.
Yeah, but
That's-
Well,
JT,
we saw that
you got a
at
lot
the
of
NBA, we saw
weak-minded
that at the NBA
motherfuckers
draft.
that buy into that bullshit. You got
Yes.
some weak-minded people who are buying into that bullshit. That's
Mhm.
just the same thing like them same people play rap music for ruining motherfuckers having to go out there. No, motherfucker. If you're a weak-minded motherfucker and you buy into everything they saying on these goddamn albums, you're a weak-minded motherfucker.
Yes, sir.
I'm not gonna sit there and put out there and blame me. Music can make me do shit. It could influence you if you're a weak-minded motherfucker, yes. But it ain't gonna make you do goddamn thing. Just like this heifer will influence a weak-minded woman to go do some stupid shit and say some shit like that in the court, probably doing custody, and put that shit out there. And then guess what? They prove that shit wrong. Ain't nothing they can do to recant it. It's gonna be all over the neighborhood. All family members know about it. Now they got the answer. They gonna look at you sideways. Man, this is some bullshit, man.
Yeah,
the
NBA draft is a prime example. I think that it would be more of a mother to a son. Would be the NBA draft. There was a player that was sitting there doing this interview, and he was like softly caressing his mother's knee. It was an interesting thing. Like I mean, obviously, you know, you can have whatever kind of relationship with your parent. I mean, some parents are closer to their kids than others, right? But this was interesting. Like it was the way he was doing it. It would remind me of something I would do to my girl. Like if we would sit next to each other, you know, I would kind of softly, like, you know, caress, play with her knee or her thigh or something like that. You know what I mean? It was something along those lines. Now, if you guys see the video, you'll know what I'm talking about. I think it's the other way around. But like I said earlier, most of the time, not all, but majority of the time when you see a woman on social media, she's typically giving bad advice. She's typically telling women nonsense. And most of the time when you see it, and it's not always, but it's majority of the time. What I have a large issue with is the same thing I had when you were talking about Jonathan Majors earlier. And once you put that nonsense out there, it's out there. And it's very difficult for the man to recover from that. And we saw Johnny Depp was one of the reasons why he had no choice. He had to take her to court just to get his name back. And still his career will be marred with all of these accusations that this woman put up, even though we know that she was lying. We know that this lady in the Jonathan Majors case, we know she's lying. She sent a text message saying, that's not what I told the cops. We know she's lying. Doesn't matter. It's already out there. His career, to some degree, has been destroyed based on lies. And that's what irritates me the most, is that women can just say these things and it's just automatically taken. You know, I can remember being on the streets and having to listen to this stuff and sitting there thinking like, well, I'm not just automatically going to believe her. I'm going to conduct the investigation properly to get to the facts before I start jumping down the throat of some dude, you know, because she said that this is what happened. And majority of the time, and I'm telling you the truth here, majority of the time, those investigations were unfounded. Majority of the time, she was lying. And I'm glad that I handled my investigation the way I did, because had I jumped to it and just listened to her, I would have, you know, not physically indicted this man, but I would have accused him of something he didn't do. And that's where I have the issue. This whole idea that men are sleeping with her. I have a daughter. There's no propensity for me to ever sleep with my daughter.
Exactly.
It's not going to happen. Am I going to treat my daughter well? You goddamn right I am. I absolutely am. I have a duty. I have an obligation to. But this idea of sleeping with her, this is just more nonsense. Like I said, when they get on social media, they're not using it for therapy. They're using it to give horrible advice.
Mm-hmm.
Trey, is there, from your knowledge as a police officer, is there any kind of statistic that talks about the number of actual women who actually file complaints, whether it be for DV or some assault or whatever? Is there any metric that indicates what that is, that wants to actually go through it, or it just stays at the accusation list that you know of? Because you said that a lot of them were.
You saying it's just an accusation? There was nothing behind it.
That, or they make a claim of DV or something similar, and they actually file a report. Like they file a report.
The FBI and the Department of Justice, they have all that stuff. Like every report that comes through that we took, whether it was founded or unfounded, the FBI and the Department of Justice get it. And so they accumulate all of these stats. And like at the end of the year, we would get these long lists of, you know, all of these stats for our department, and then for, you know, departments on the East Coast, departments on the West Coast, and then the departments nationally. And so we would know, you know, this amount of women. That's why I can confidently say this. majority of the time when you have DV situations and when you have these situations, majority of the time the woman is the aggressor. And I can say that with confidence because I know, because I've worked it. Majority of the time when you break that investigation down and you find out essentially in the most rudimentary, elementary way, who started it. This is what we're essentially trying to find out. Who started this whole thing? Majority of the time, it's the woman. The woman did something. She threw something at him. She slapped him. You know, in DC, we call it smushing. You take your hand and you put your hand up in somebody's face. You smush. She smushed him. You know, she spit on him. She did something that caused this chain of events, right? I know women have closed legs in car doors. They've smashed windows. I mean, it's always something that when you finally get down to the crux of it, the bottom of it, it's like, well, no, she's the one that needs to be arrested. She started this entire thing. But depending on which jurisdiction you're in, because in DC, we took the aggressor, but there's other jurisdictions, they don't do that. They automatically just take the man. I know jurisdictions that do that, regardless of whether or not he started it or not. They just take the man, which I find to be ridiculous. Right. But there are statistics that are accumulated, but I've never personally seen them. You know what I mean? But I do know that they're there. The FBI and the Department of Justice.
Right. And also the number that may be even report. They may file a report, but it turns out later that the report was false.
Here's my biggest issue with that too, Mr. Bennett, because I've had that happen as well. She's filing false reports. That's a crime. And she needs to be arrested. If she's filing a report and she's saying that she was assaulted or she's saying that any crime took place, she needs to be arrested. And we found out that it happened. We need to be arrested. It's one of the things that I got written up for a lot because I would have these investigations and they would be unfounded. And I would go down to the courthouse and go get a warrant. And my lieutenant would be like, what are you getting a warrant for? I'm like, she lied. And he'd be like, yeah, but I'm like, nah, Lieutenant, she lied. Yeah, but we don't go after women who file reports. Because the thought process is the process they have up at the top tiers, the chiefs, assistant chiefs, is that if they start arresting women for filing false reports, then women won't report it. That's their thought. I don't know why, but that's their thought process.
It's the same thing with great.
Yes, exactly. So instead of them actually arresting the women who file the false reports, they just let it go. But I say, but it puts the man in a bad situation. He didn't do anything wrong, and we found it. We investigated. He didn't do anything wrong. There needs to be some correction to that. He was lied on. There needs to be some. No. We don't do that. You need to rescind that warrant.
So, and that's one of the reasons why. Now, that's crazy.
That make you crazy.
That's one of the reasons why you would have a lot of men that will not. That's one of them. That men will not file reports. That's one of the reasons why. Because they like shit. I know here in Michigan, it's been a lot of situations where, just like what you were just saying, she could be the aggressor, right? He's telling them exactly what happened, but because she called the police first, they're saying that he got to go. They go right to I know they ain't arresting nobody or nothing like that, but they would tell the man he got to go. It was about 20 years ago. I was in a standoff with the police because they were, and I told them, you cannot come in my house. They was like, well, can you come out here on the porch? No, I'm not coming out on the porch. You and that trifling ass broad got to go. Because she thought that they was going to tell me that I got to go and I was just going to let that shit ride. I said no. And I found out because I didn't know if they can come in my house or not. But I found out they couldn't. They couldn't come in there. She left. They told her she got to go get her stuff and she got to go because I refused to get the hell on. Period. It's my house. But that's why a lot of men won't do it. But in results of that also, a lot of these dudes just take it and they putting, they taking these matters in their own hands. When they feel like that they ain't got no other choice, they take matters in their own hands, and they look like the bad guy. I know one guy, he had a girlfriend. It was, if you look up the story, the girl, her daughter had said that the man had touched her. She told her mama. The mama reacted, called the cops. They arrested the man. The man got out because he found out that the girl lied. He was so mad that he went home, got his Marksburg, went right back up there to the precinct and started shooting that cat. He shot that whole precinct up. This is what's happening.
And you know what?
Yeah,
I
let
see
me,
this too.
Jay,
My mom
let me
just calling. Oh, go ahead. Hold on just a second. I'll get you in there. My mom just called me today and say, "Hey, son, did you hear about the what happened in Mississippi?" I say, "No, ma'am. What's going on?" A pastor found out that his wife was sleeping with some guy and took her to the hotel, and like it was just a getaway, he shot her and then shot himself. Now, the crazy thing about it is he found out she was cheating. Everybody knew that, right? He found text messages and dick pics and all type of stuff. So he shot her and then shot himself. But y'all ain't gonna believe this next part is just weird. After he shot her and shot himself, they both survived head injuries. They lived.
Damn.
Both of them got a bullet in their head, and they're in ICU right now.
Damn.
Yeah, the cranium is a lot thicker than people think it is.
I'm like, damn,
that
they
bone,
both
that
lived.
bone,
What kind of
that
gun was
bone
he
that
using? A
protects the brain.
22? Was he using a 22? It gotta be. I mean,
That
what kind
22
of gun was
would
he
have took
using?
him out.
Oh, that 40? No, ain't no 40. That 40 got him.
Nah, I seen it. I seen it, black man. I remember one of my first calls when I was a rookie was a man shot in the face, and when I got there, I just naturally assumed he was gone. That dude was breathing,
Damn.
and he was just laying on the ground, and all I could tell him was just keep breathing. There's nothing I could do for him. Just keep breathing until the EMTs got there. He was alive, and he's alive today. He's got permanent brain damage, but he's alive today. He got shot in the face. A lot of guys, I'm telling you, man, I've seen it. A lot of guys get shot in the head and the neck area, and they make it. They make it out. What this woman is doing, and by saying that men want to sleep with their daughters, it's just another one of these things that they make men look bad. And now we want to sleep with our daughters. That's craziness. It's absolute craziness. And I agree with him to some degree. They got to be deleted. But I honestly think that when they post stuff like this, their pages should be taken from them immediately. Immediately. There's nothing else to talk about. Just immediately, your social media it needs to be. You're irresponsible. Yep. You're irresponsible with your social media saying that men want to sleep with their daughters. That's a ridiculous statement. And I'm telling you, the years that I did investigation, I never came across that. I never came across the men. As many great reports as I took, as many essays as I did, was never the father on the daughter. I've had some uncles. I've had some cousins. You know what I mean? I've had some best friends of a friend. You know what I mean? I've never had fathers. You know what I had to do with fathers? I had to stop fathers from wanting to go hurt people. That's what I had to do.
Yes.
I had to pull father to the side and say, listen, if you go delete this man, we're gonna have to come arrest you too. And I don't want you to do that because you can't help anybody. Because when they found out about these things, they wanted to destroy people.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like I had to talk them off the ledge. Like, hey, listen, I understand. I got a daughter myself. I understand it. But if you do this, then now we got to come get you. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't help. You can't lead your family from behind bars.
But you know what? It's a question though, because in the heat of the moment, this is a question for all of y'all on the panel, real quick. In the heat of the moment, from Tommy to Hank to Trey, knowing you guys' personality, JT and Mr. Bennett, he the quiet storm. Just imagine your daughter coming to you crying and say, Daddy, 2 days ago, the guy at my job named Daryl, he raped me in the parking garage in my car.
Y'all ever seen a movie, A Time to Kill?
Right. Yeah. Are you going to take matters into your own hands, or are you going to go call the police?
Yes, I killed him, and I do it again.
And I do it again. Yep. I mean, ultimately, I think every man has the same feeling. We're gonna go handle it.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna go handle it. Screw the. And I'm saying that as a former officer. If something happened to my daughter, I don't give a damn what y'all police officers. My thought process was always this: you better get him before I do. Exactly. You better get to him before I do, because if I get to him, he's done. Not for my daughter. I could care less. And I don't miss. I'm proven. I don't miss in the heat of battle. Yeah. I'm proven. You can go check the records and the Department of Justice cases. I don't miss. So if you do something to my daughter, I don't blame any man. I would understand any man who has that feeling of no, heads is about to roll. And I would thoroughly expect for a leader of his family, a protector of his family, to have that attitude. Thoroughly expect it.
I'll tell you a story. Now, my daughter didn't get a booty snatch or nothing like that, but she was assaulted by her boyfriend.
Oh shit!
So she told me that. I seen a bruise on her neck. I'm like, okay. I said, where's he live at? No, Daddy, don't go. I said, where's he live at? I went over his house. I said, fortunately, that boy wasn't there. He didn't come out. Nobody answered the door. Nobody. So, but then in that brief moment, as I'm walking back to my car, I gotta go ask her, what the fuck did you do? Because I know my daughter. But that's not the first reaction I had. My first reaction was to go find that business and do something to him. Yep. But it was fortunate enough that he wasn't there that I was able to take a breath and then ask the question, hold on, man, what the fuck did she do? Because I know she got a little fucking attitude about her ass. Yeah, hold on. So I went back to her, what did you do? Well, I pushed him. What the fuck did you lay hands on this man for? What the hell do you think he was going to do? I said, he not built like when I came up. We was taught, don't hit him. These dudes now, they whooping chicks' asses.
Oh, well, you also got to take into fact, Hank, if she was willing to tell you she pushed him, it probably went further than that. She gonna give you the bare minimum.
No. She told me she gave me the bare minimum. She said, now Trey, I know you said mush. We say mug them. We say mug them down here in Kentucky. So she said, I mugged him a couple times.
Yeah, we say okay. Both.
So I'm not surprised he laid hands on your ass. You lucky the only thing he did was bruise your goddamn neck, and I'm not coming to a damn place with some yellow tape. I said, keep your goddamn hands off this man. I said, from now, don't go back over her until y'all can have a conversation and y'all can be civil. Until then, you can stay with me. So she stayed a night. She went back over, got some clothes, stayed another night, and then they was able to, and he came over, and we all three of us talked. And I told him, I said, man, just don't put your hands on my daughter. I understand. If she be hot here, you call me, dog. If it's to that point, you call me or call the police, whichever one you choose. I prefer you to call me. But if you call police, I can't stop you. I can't hold that against you because I would.
How old is your daughter, Hank?
She's 27 now. But this is when she was like 20.
Okay, so she grown. Yeah, she grown.
Your daughter's the same age as my daughter. Yeah.
So, but still at the same time, Mr. Ben, you got 3 daughters?
3, yeah.
It doesn't matter how old they are. You still gonna have that same mentality.
Yeah. But Trey, I want to get back to something you said because you said earlier you can't be a leader of your house if you're in prison. But if the situation comes where you be like, you better get him before you get me. So how do you rationalize that in your mind? Those two things where if you do go and take that action, and you'll be in prison. So then you're not so in the. I get in the heat of the moment, but then how long would it take you to think about that? That principle that you just outlined about still being a leader, and if you're in prison, how can you do this? How do you rationalize those two?
Well, I snatch him up and probably give him a couple smacks to the goddamn face, and then I realize, I need to stand up. I need to stall him out because ain't no need to try to kill the boy. Like I said, I don't want to go to prison, but this boy needs to get this message. But like I said, fortunately, he wasn't there, and so it gave me my moment to come to my senses,
calm it down,
and get my shit together. Hold on, Hank. What you doing? Let me go talk to my daughter. What the fuck did she do?
Yeah, Mr. Ben, I had a lot of cases where initially, the father is showing up on the scene, and he's just taking his daughter's word or his sister's word or his mother's word for what it is, right? A lot of times when you go and go talk to the man, you say, let me have, let's have a conversation. Let's talk man to man. And when you start to explain it to him, listen, man, your daughter's not innocent here. You know what I mean? Like after we've talked to him and talked to her, your daughter kind of started this whole thing. This ball got rolling. You can see them kind of calm down. You can see the air kind of come out of them because they don't want to believe that their daughter would do something like that. But they do know, like Hank said, they do know, well, she does have a little bit of an attitude. It is possible. But I think that for most men, majority of men, the first natural reaction is just a protective instinct. It's just that's just the way we're wired, right? I'm going to go handle it. My daughter's 4, she'll be 5. So all the problems that you guys are talking about, I'm gonna get them down the road, right? I'm gonna get them down the road, and I cannot sit here and honestly tell you that if my daughter came to me and told me, she had an injury, and she told me this, that my first reaction is gonna be, well, what did you do? That's not gonna be my first reaction. My first reaction is gonna be, go get my lockbox. That's gonna be my first reaction. But I hope that with all of the knowledge and the wisdom that I have of doing this job, that I will take a second and go, well, hang on. Tell me the entire story. Don't leave anything out. and tell me what you did too. And I hope that I can have that mindset. But I do, like I said, I've seen it. I listen. Mr. Bennett, I thought I was gonna have to put a man down one time. I was on the scene one time, and this dude came on scene. He was the father. This motherfucker was huge, right? He was like 6'9", damn near 300 pounds, and he was ready to fuck people up. And I remember looking at this like, I'm gonna have to shoot this dude. There's no fighting him. There's no fighting him. There's no wrestling with him. He gonna beat all our asses in here. He was humongous, bro. When he walked in, he had to duck his head underneath like this. That's how big he was, bro. I was like, oh hell no. And he came. He said, "Did you put your hands on my daughter?" And I'm like, "Oh, here we go." And I'm, hey, come on, sir. Let's have a conversation. Let me talk to you outside. I'm trying to get him as far away from this as possible, because if he decided that was the moment, it was gonna be some hurt people in there. It was just was the end result. No matter, and it was about 6 of us on scene, and I guarantee you, I'm telling you what I know. I guarantee you, all 6 of us would not have been able to handle him. He was just that big, and he wasn't fat. He was strong. Like he was. He was inch. It would have been a problem. We'd have had to tase him, and we would have had to tase that dude to keep him down. But I also understand his anger. I understood it, where he was coming from. And this is one of the things why, the training is important. This is one of the reasons why a lot of the times having a life is important, because you can understand where people are coming from. I understood where this man was coming from when he got the call saying that his daughter's boyfriend done went upside her head. I immediately can put myself in that place and understand where he's coming from. He's on 95. He's rushing to get there because he's a dad. He's got a protective instinct. Right. And once we explained it to him, listen, your daughter threw a plate at him. Your daughter did this. Your daughter did that. But what I love the most is it's like he flipped. We had to stop him from getting on her now. because he didn't play that. His thing was that violence that's not gonna work. You got to be working it out. But I can just understand, Mr. Bennett. Honestly, I can understand. I think a lot of officers, for the most part, can understand. But hopefully, maybe on the drive over there, you calm down. I don't know. I don't know if the drive makes you more angry or not. Like Hank said, it's a good thing he wasn't there, because it gave him a chance to think about it. But most guys don't get that opportunity. We saw that with Travis Rudolph and the girl and the brothers. And, a lot of these guys, they just take the word for it and they just go with it. You know what I mean? And next thing you know, we got dead bodies. And it's just like, I would want for men to take a second to think about it, to ask the necessary questions. But I also understand the protective instinct that most times that's not what's going to happen.
I think you also got to be realistic, and you got to know your daughter. And so, like, I got family members that already know if they came to me, the first thing I'm gonna be like, what the fuck you do? Because I know they pop off. Like my oldest daughter, she is 100% not like that, and so with her, she's not a combative person. She's only 11 right now. That could change. But as of right now, if her personality was to stay the same as it was now, I'd probably just go on 10 just off of what she said. I got cousins that, I swear to God, if they came to me right now, we about to have a whole conversation before I even moved a finger, because I know their personality. I've seen them in action before. So I think another part of it is you just got to be realistic about who you raise. If you know that your daughter pops off like that, you got to kind of be like, all right, let's be realistic. What the fuck happened type shit. Whether you like it or not, because again, at the end of the day, you know who you raised. You know their personality. You know if they popping off and shit like that. I had a situation with my older sister where she pulled that bullshit, and we pulled up on blood with some tools, and he in the corner telling us, bro, she was whooping my ass. It was the last resort. And we looking at his face, and he all got kind of scratches and shit on his face. She fucked this dude up. All he did was pushed her.
Wow.
All right, so I want to show y'all this one too. This is the same woman, and she has something to say about the Russell Simmons situation. And we're gonna break her down right now. Here it is. Jesus Christ, this is what these women are listening to. All right, here we go.
I look on the celebrity blogs, it's just one thing after the next. I want to compare this situation of Russell Simmons and his daughters Kamora Lee Simmons, Aoki Simmons, Ming Lee Simmons, they've pulled his mask off. We are seeing Russell Simmons for the disgusting psychopath that he is. And he's living in Bali, allegedly, to avoid the sexual allegations against him here in the U.S. He is a predator. When he married or got with Kamora Lee Simmons, she was a child. She was 16 years old in the modeling industry, and he was a grown-ass man. That's predatory behavior. Narcissists are predators. Sociopaths and psychopaths are predators. These older men love them some young girls. Russell is a predator. When he got with Kamora, she was still underage. She was a.
What do y'all think so far?
Ooh, she hurt.
Man,
she is hurt. Somebody destroyed her. She got crazy.
That molesting shit on a goddamn man in a minute, man.
Yeah.
Something happened to her, man. Something happened to her.
Yeah, man.
Something's happened to her.
Hey,
I don't know, man. I mean, I just think there's just some people out there who just like to spread just misinformation. They like seeing the world burn. I mean, I think she could just totally be doing this totally for entertainment purposes only. At least that's the way she may model it. But I don't think a lot of these women believe what they're saying. I really don't.
Well, Mr. Bennett, when you say spread misinformation, that word is too light of a word. What I would call this shit, spreading misinformation.
Whatever you want to call it, but I'm just saying. I don't think they. I think a lot of them are just doing it just for the likes of the clicks. I think there might be something addictive about the attention that they're getting, or like I said, they fall in love with the character that they're playing. But I don't believe half of these women and what they're saying. But I'm not saying that the effects of what they're saying is no less devastating. But I honestly, I can't take a lot of these women at face value. Maybe I'm just naive that way, but I just can't believe that she believes what she's saying.
Now, this woman is crazy because you're gonna see later on in the video. She went in her YouTube. She did a whole video about it. Went in her YouTube. She said, "I ain't in this for the money. I'm in this to destroy men." And she said,
"Something happened to her."
And she deactivated all her monetization from YouTube. She said, "I don't want no money from this. I'm doing this shit for free."
She got crazy eyes too. There's something going on here.
And I'm like, God,
she got them cat glasses on.
Yeah, there's something. I'm listen. A lot of these women, man, because I have a woman in my family that's like this. They don't recover. They don't recover. Like something happened. Even when I asked my mom, like, what's wrong with our cousin? I won't say her name, but what's wrong with our cousin? Like, why does she not like men so much? And my mother told me, like, well, during her 20s and her 30s, she had bad relationships with men. You know what I mean? She had bad experiences with men, and now that she's 60, she just flats out hate men. She just there's no coming back from it. I've had to put her in her place at family functions on more than one occasion because she's coming me crazy, and I had to remind her I'm not don't do that. I'm not that guy. You know what I mean? But to me, obviously, either something has happened to her and she hasn't dealt with it, or she legitimately has just a pure misandrous hatred for men. And I wish Dr. Nakumbe was here because I always want to ask this question about this word narcissist. Because as far as I was taught, in order to be a narcissist,
the black women throwing that word around like it's Jolly Ranchers.
Right. That's why I said I wish Dr. Nakumbe was here. Because as far as I know, in order to be considered a narcissist, you had to be diagnosed. That's narcissism is a diagnosis.
If you look up the definition, it doesn't look like it's a bad thing.
It's not. It's not a bad thing for the simple fact that, think about it. And I was on, I don't know what show, if it was on this show or my own show, where I was saying, think about your surgeons. Think about heart surgeons and brain surgeons. You know how narcissistic your ass have to be to sit back and say that I can go inside this brain, do all these things that I have practiced, and it's going to come out great. There's a piece of narcissism that you have to have, a high level of narcissism that you have to have, because all it does is build a confidence in you. That's it, that you have to have in order to accomplish something like that. Think about a person that jumps, like those folks that reportedly went down to see the damn Titanic. There's a sense of narcissism that you have to be able to do things like that. skydiving, people that goes around the world and travel around the world doing all kind of crazy ass shit. That's a sense of narcissism. It's not always a bad thing. And now there is what you were saying, Trey. There is a diagnosis that a person can get, but that is a severe case of narcissism. That's kind of like, you know, shit, being schizophrenic, being, you know, all these different things. There's a unhealthy level that you have. And right now in our society, this is what we're dealing with right now. IG, people taking selfies, all these crazy ass things. It's a girl that went live and she was getting stopped by the cops. And she said, fuck that. I'm about to get low. And she thought she was about to take off on this motherfucking cop. The cop bust the window, told her to put the car back in park. She gets upset, told us, damn, did you have to do all of that? Did you have to, nigga, she got to go to, your ass got to go to the hospital for some shit like that. How narcissistic can you be to do some crazy ass shit like that? The nigga said, you got warrants, get out the car. She said, I ain't got no warrants. I'm about to get low.
Yeah, hey, you know what?
Hey, but Trey, you know, you talk about your aunt. You said it was your aunt or your cousin?
It was my cousin.
Yeah, I would have to cuss that heifer out, man. I would have cussed her out and say, y'all better not say shit to me. This heifer need this good cussing out.
No, Hank, that's how it goes. Like, my grandmother will always try to save her. And one time I told my grandma, I said, listen, with all due respect, she getting this one. Like, she getting this. She about to get this work. Because you guys have protected her for far too long. And I just had to wait until I became an adult, a man. I had my own house and stuff like that. Like, they couldn't challenge me at this point. And I told them straight up, like, no, you guys have protected her for far too long. I'm about to tell her some real shit here. You have a hatred for men. You have an issue with men. I don't know what the hell your problem is, but I didn't do it. And a lot of the issue is that you chose the wrong man. And you repeatedly chose the wrong man. That's your problem. And I said some other nice, not so nice things to her. But yeah, my issue with a lot of that, I think a lot of this, what we describe with these women, it's not necessarily narcissism. There's a vanity issue. A lot of them are just vain. They're just in love with themselves.
Yes.
I don't understand why, because I don't see what they see. But they're in love with themselves. But for these women who come on here like this, it's just like, I want to dig in your past and find out who's the guy that you had your heart set on, and he crushed you. You know what I mean? Like, he crushed you, and now you hate all men are narcissists, and all men are molesters, and all men are this, and it's like, well, hang on a second, because that's not what I see, especially not in the Black community. I see Black men who are trying to save people and trying to help. They're trying to fix things. That's not what I see.
You know,
right, so let me. I'm gonna play a little bit more of it, and then we'll get back into it. Here we go.
Minor. What's happening now is the daughters of Russell Simmons, they had a meltdown. Aoki broke down and she was crying and venting. She leaked one of the videos of him screaming and yelling. He harasses them. He threatens them. He's violent towards them. And he uses coercive control. I'm taking away your inheritance. I'm doing this and that because I hate your mother, and this and that. And see, Russell Simmons for so long has portrayed himself to be he's a man that's a spiritualist. He's at peace at himself. He's a Buddhist, or he sits there and he chants and he's I'm at peace. I'm a peaceful human being. Spread love. That's his thing. He's on this Buddha, spiritualist kick, right? He has all this inner peace. That was a facade. Because when they leaked that motherfucking video of him, I mean, he was spitting. That's how much he was yelling, ranting, and going off on his kids. He was mad about a Father's Day post. This is what I mean by these types of men. They have their whole image put together. To the public eye, Russell Simmons has always put himself out there to be this man of peace. He's a businessman and a mogul first, yes. But now that he's living a much peaceful life where he's a spiritualist and he's chanting and he's haringe, what did Tina Turner say? Namye renge kyo. That's his whole energy. That's his vibe, right? He's at peace with himself. That's a motherfucking lie.
Let me get this off, Black Man, because I have an issue when people talk about peace.
Go ahead.
There are times where, in order to achieve peace, you have to be violent. I'm gonna say that again. There are times when, in order to achieve peace, there may be violence.
It's in the history of the world. It's in the history of the world.
It's in the history of the world. So this idea that because Russell Simmons is achieving peace, that he's not capable of returning back to his New York roots and going off on somebody, that's insane to think that.
Right.
Of course he can. Second of all, this idea of him not wanting to take, he don't want to take care of these grown ass women no more. He's tired of it. The whole issue between his ex-wife and what's his name, Amistad Dijman Hansu.
Yeah.
Their whole reason for they broke up is because Russell said, "I'm not taking care of you no more. You got a man. You're dating an actor. He's rich. I'm not giving you any more money." And then that wound up causing a fight between the two of them, and then they broke up. Listen, I think it's very easy for women to get on social media and just start lying. And when I see tears, I automatically know the jig is up. But as soon as I see crying, I'm like, yep, now you're trying to manipulate me, because here come the tears. So no, I don't believe anything that they said. I don't believe that this man is out here trying to hurt his daughters, harm his daughters. I don't get that vibe from Russell Simmons when I listen to I get a man who's been raked over the coals as far as money is concerned, and he seems tired of it. He seems like he's done with it.
Go ahead.
The bad thing about it, man, these some grown ass women, like you said. They've been blessed and been spoiled and been well taken care of. This man done put you through college. Not some cheap ass community goddamn college either.
NYU.
No, it wasn't that like that.
Yeah, they went to NYU.
That's an expensive university.
It is.
He paid for it. Now you coming out of school with no goddamn debt. You didn't have to get no goddamn student loan. You ain't got to do no work studies. You ain't had to buy no goddamn books. You probably even got a goddamn tutor. So for you to sit there crying, he put you through college. If he stopped after that, then and there, he had every right to. He had every right to. But no, he went further than that. Continue to take care of you. How long is this man supposed to take care of a grown woman? Now he's taking money resources out of his home. I'm sure he's living off a certain income now because he's out of the country. Like she said, dealing with whatever he's dealing with. So his resources are limited. But you want to kick and cry and complain and you got a problem with that because he cut you off? Maybe because your attitude is shitty. You're disrespectful. You don't appreciate shit. You don't. So why do you want me to continue to take care of your grown? Where's your man at? Or if you're not into man, where's your woman at? Why ain't they taking care of your ass? Why am I taking care of your ass? Matter of fact, why am I taking care of your man and you at the same time? What the fuck going on here? What I look like taking care of another grown man? What's wrong?
You're right.
I don't understand this shit, man. So yeah, she should have been cut off. She need to be doing her own. What the hell I sent you to college for? Just to go? For the experience? No, hell no. I hope you got something out of it. It's obvious you ain't got no goddamn common sense. Common sense said, shut your goddamn mouth and be appreciate what I do. And if daddy also cut me off, thank you, daddy. I appreciate all you did for me. And keep it moving.
Now, Hank, somebody put something in the chat when you were saying that. Read this.
Where's the scumbag? He's earned a benefit. Okay. Fuck you. Shit. He's a scumbag. That motherfucker took care of them goddamn kids till they late in their mid-20s.
Took care of their mama too. Shit.
Again, he took care of a woman that's not even his no more. He not even get the benefit of busting a nut in the heifer. And he took care of her ass. And how long are we supposed to continue to do this? Man, look, just like you take care of my ex-wife and I'm with my new wife. And I look at her like, you better be okay with this. Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass.
Dusto Dusto wanted to respond to you, I think. What'd you say, Dusto?
I'll put it this way. There was a dusting panel and they asked the question. Is she wrong for everything she did, or was Russell Simmons a godfather and all this other stuff? Whose fault is it? He raised that monster. That's what he created. That's what he raised. They got his last name, right? Ain't they his kids? So ain't he responsible for that? Or I know it's already blaming women.
He ain't responsible for the
Now
behavior
it's
of
blaming
his
the kids.
grown ass
Men ain't
daughter.
responsible for anything anymore.
He was
No.
No.
If I raise my daughter and my daughter grow up and do some fucked up shit, that's my fault.
Yes.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Did you?
Get out of here, man.
Then
No, it's not.
Oh my God.
Will,
What's the point of being a
your child will
parent?
never be an adult.
She making
Your
her
child
own
will never be an
choices.
adult because it's always going to look at you as being accountable for everything she does. You're grown. When are you supposed to act grown? When are you supposed to talk grown? Carry yourself in a grown manner.
The dumbest shit I ever heard in my life.
I bet you'll sit there and tell that man, Daddy, I'm grown. You don't need to tell me do nothing.
So what you're saying is every messed up decision my daughter will, if I'm raising my daughter, every decision she make in life, where if she make a bad choice, it's because of me she made that bad choice.
Black man, you know what?
It's a question. It's just
that
a
was
question.
a yes or no right there.
Yes, that's a question.
As much as y'all talk about the fathers in the home, if we had fathers, the community would be the fathers.
We talking about Russell Simmons and his daughter though.
Right, exactly. And my mom and my daddy 40 years in. All of us are married except one. Is it my daddy's fault that my sister got 4 baby daddies right now?
You know what? If you're a father out here in the audience, don't raise your kids. Just feed them every once in a while.
Bro, we're not gonna let
you.
You switch the goalposts.
Yep. You switch the goalposts, bro. I'm asking a question. Is it my daddy's fault that my sister, out of all his kids that are married, all of us are married except her? Is it my daddy's fault that my sister right now has 4 kids by 4 different men? Is that my daddy's fault?
You want me to tell you what you want to hear?
No. I want you to give me your
bullshit.
Yeah, I want to hear your answer.
Yes.
Okay, right on.
Okay.
So we know where you standing at with
Fuck
that
shit.
That's why you gotta get you some kids, dog.
Okay, so if I start to make bad decisions now at 48, is it my daddy's fault? Is it my daddy's fault that I'm making bad decisions right now at 48?
You know what?
No. Just
don't raise your kids. No, you know what? Don't raise your kids. Just let them do it because they can make their own decisions.
That's not what he asked. You got to answer the question.
We already got past blame the men to blame the women's. Now we blaming the kids.
We ain't talking about blaming the women. We're talking about.
I know. Now we blame the kids.
No. I am blaming the kid. I am blaming the kid because she's the one that made the post.
Right.
She was disrespectful.
Every time you go, Trey.
She was disrespectful. No, Dusto.
She does it.
Stop, Dusto.
Yeah, she does.
She was disrespectful. She's an adult. She was disrespectful. I've had this happen to me. I had it. My son's mother posted a Father's Day to me post. I happened to be out of the country. I was overseas on a TDY at the time. When I found out about it, it was early in the morning. But my sisters and cousins, my sisters and cousins got to.
Don't come back in here, please. They got to figure it out.
No, let Trey talk first. He's talking, dog.
Figure it out. They can figure out how to get a box.
Go ahead.
You talking about you.
don't know what
my sisters and cousins got to her before I could, because it would have been the next day where I was at, so I didn't see it.
Right, but just hold on, Trey. Hold on, because Dusto keeps saying we ain't responsible for nothing. If my daughter, if I raise my daughter right now in the right way, which I'm doing my very best, I'm doing the best I can as a father. I ain't lying to you, right? If my daughter turns 24 years old and she makes she goes and she knows what I taught her, and she does the opposite of what I taught her, and she fuck up and make a huge bad decision, you're basically saying, as an adult, I'm responsible for a decision an adult woman made. I'm not responsible. If my daughter fuck up at 24, that's not my problem.
You're right. It's her 3. If she has a 3-year-old, it's the 3-year-old's fault. We blame the kids. Hold on. Tonight, I really want to have a conversation. I ain't talking about no trolling tonight. We are, because if my daughter, I'm just trying to get him to have some clarity. So you're
to the Fight Club.
Can I get a yes or no?
This is Fight Club.
No, Dusto, can I get a yes or no? If my daughter at 24 years old makes a huge fucking mistake, it's my fault.
Yeah.
And
responsibility and fault.
So you don't believe in accountability at all. Accountability is no such thing for you.
Right.
Hey, can I ask y'all guys take a deep breath for a minute, because y'all said something serious in the beginning of this, and I don't want that to go away. Okay, Russell Simmons, Oprah Winfrey, and all these Hollywood weird music megalords and movie megalords been accused or allegation of going to that island and child trafficking. So he's not a good example. He's probably the worst example you could have used tonight. And when listen,
we're not using him, OG.
What does that
got to do with the post?
No, I'm saying the post of the young lady who came up there and said what she said. Okay,
this is daughter. Yeah.
When she was accepting that money.
No. Okay. Did y'all understand what I just said?
Yeah, we heard what you said.
Yeah, but it's not relevant.
Well, it is relevant, because if she accusing him of something that many people and these allegations are still being investigated right now about that island. And so the man who absolutely killed himself in jail, that's why he ended up dead, because he had a whole dictionary of megalords, artists, and stuff.
Okay, but it's still an allegation right now, OG.
But I understand what I'm saying. I know this is what I'm saying is, so we can't sway one side or another when someone
Yes, we can.
Okay, but you can do whatever. You know what?
You've already indicted the man. If he's guilty,
already indicted him. You brought up.
No, I didn't. I said it was an open investigation. Y'all didn't listen.
Well, then we
shouldn't be talking about it.
That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't be talking. That's exactly what
we have to assume.
That's exactly what my point.
If it's an investigation, we have to assume.
That was exactly my point. Why would you use? Wait. My point is, why would you use someone to make a point who's still under investigation about his activity?
Because he's innocent. You have to assume innocence.
Okay, we can assume all we want to, but he will be at a later date. There's better examples of women who make it.
Okay, so you're saying he's guilty.
Listen.
So you're saying he's guilty then? You said at a later date.
Listen what I'm saying. Somebody who's on investigation is not a good example. There are women out there who make these false allegations and has been proven they're making false allegations. They would be a better person to use for your example.
That's what I'm saying. Already, Jake Speed. Was you here? I don't know if he was here. We talked about the Jonathan Major situation earlier.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I wasn't here earlier. I came in on that conversation. That's what I heard. And I was saying maybe sometime we use examples that it's not a bet. It's not
the man is innocent right now, OG. So we can use that.
So OG, the premises of the conversation was this. Let me get some clarity. The premises of the conversation is that his daughters went against him and got online and talking about on Father's Day, they put up a post saying Happy Father's Day to their mom. And they put a picture of their mom up, right? And Russell went off on their ass because he like, I know y'all not finna disrespect me. And everything that you are and everything that your mama is and you and your sister is because of me.
Well, you don't know what their experience has. Wait. Black man, I'm filthy. You made this to me.
So you just proved my point.
You fired this shot over here, so I'm gonna fire a shot back over there where you at. You don't know the intimacies of what that girl went through in her household. That's number one. Just because a man is in a household, don't make him a good father. So that's number one. Just because a woman in the household don't make her a good mother. So let's don't understand that we might look at things one way, but we don't understand the experience what a person might be going through. So we have to keep that open too.
So it comes out when she's 20 years old. Now
hold on. Let me say something. OG, this is what we're saying. We're looking at the problem at hand. The problem is his daughter went on social media to put him on blast. Pretty much. She put him on blast. That's what it is. You know the man he's not even in the United States. First and foremost, it was a lot of things that was going on. One of the things was because the mama, Kamora Lee, her man that she was with, husband, or whoever the fuck that man was, he stole a gang of money from Russell Simmons. Wasn't it like $250 million? And when you see what Russell was talking about, it was some things that I was like, damn. It was kind of like he was putting her and his mother and her business. Now, just like what you just said, we don't know the depths of it, right? I'm not worried about that. I'm looking at the premise based off of this video that's right above us. What this lady was saying, she's doing exactly what you just did. She's accusing the man of something that he did not do. She's sitting here saying that this man was out here molesting women, that he was doing all these different things. She don't know anything about that. She is bigging up the daughter for doing what she did. Regardless of what you think the man is, it still was a bad tactic in what his daughter did.
Yeah, he's automatically innocent.
Yeah, right. Number one to what you just said. You know, white people have been telling black people for years how they should handle pain and how should they express pain. And I think we do that among each other a disservice when we do the same thing. If a person is going through pain, you can't dictate to them what they should do. All right? Until you wear them kind of shoes. I was just having this conversation early, just before, and that's why I was late getting over, because I was late back. I was talking to Mandrill. And I was telling Mandrill, I said, you know, we always critical on people who decide to do self-inflicted to themselves and take themselves out of the world. And we always call these people crazy, but I was thinking about the people who was coming over here on that ship who decided to jump in that water, become shark food before somebody enslaved them. And I'm saying there are certain circumstances that people can live and they express themselves in different ways that we might not have expressed ourselves. And we might look at it differently. But we don't have the right to tell people how they express their pain, bro.
That's insane logic.
That's insane.
Oh, now it's insane.
No, I don't know about that, but this is insane logic, bro.
That's insane logic, right?
You're being canceled. I'm next.
I don't need to do crack to know that crack is bad. And if a crackhead to tell me, listen, you don't understand.
That's a straw man argument, bro. That had nothing to do with what I just said. That's a straw man argument. It's a straw man argument.
It's silly.
You making now.
Let me ask you this, JSP. You feel like she was getting done wrong, but look, I promise you, she didn't turn away none of them checks that man was sending to the house.
Everything's about the almighty dollar.
She accepted every gift. Hold on, Dusto. She accepted every gift that this man had to offer.
Children are prostitutes. Throw money.
But yet she felt it was so bad that she wanted to disrespect that man and say Happy Father's Day to her mother.
Okay,
was he a bad father last year?
None of that money away. Her ex-wife didn't turn none of that money away, even though he wasn't entitled to take care of her no more.
Some of us work for races all our life and we accept their money. And we know they was told against it. So let's don't start this BS you talking about.
You a goddamn sellout then.
Okay. Sellout, bro.
That's what they make you. If you
wait a minute. You said I'm a sellout. You water down Negro, you gonna call me a sellout? You water down Negro, you gonna call me a sellout? Come on, you got to shift it as they get.
You got to shift it for the mighty dollar, dog.
Okay, I'm gonna try to have a decent conversation. Again,
my issue is when did he become a bad father?
Let me say this real quick.
Last year?
Hold on, let me say this real quick, guys. Hold on, guys. Real quick. Just everybody take a deep breath real quick. I want to say this real quick while everybody breathe. What I'm saying, I one of the things about the whole money thing is, like Dusto has something to say. We're gonna let him speak his piece in a minute. But
y'all know you ain't gonna let me talk.
No,
you know you're not.
Dusto, we're gonna let you talk, but because we got as long as you ain't trying to, listen. My thing is this: when it comes to the money part of it, if I believe a person is, if I'm living with them, if I believe that the father and daughter dynamic, not the boss and the employee dynamic, but the blood, the relative. If I know my dad is a monster and I know my daddy is abusive, and every time he buys me a gift, I smile and I take it. Every time he buys me a Ferrari, I get the keys and I drive it. Every time he sends me $1 million, I take it, right? That's just like the people that Bill Cosby paid for their college tuition. They say he's a monster, but ain't none of them giving their degrees back. Ain't none of them saying I don't want nothing to do with this man. I'm gonna pay all this money back he gave me. I'm gonna put me on a payment plan. I don't want to be even associated with Bill. Take all his money back and put me on a payment plan. Let me pay for it myself. None of them are doing it, but everybody got an opinion. Just like this.
None of them heifers changed their last name.
They I gotta go. But you listen to that whole statement. It was I.
Wait. They ain't gonna let this speak talk.
Go so. You listen to what he just said. I. That's the way I would do it. But when you under that pressure, M-U, when you under that pressure, that's the way you just said. I. Everybody don't have your leverage of the way you handle things. You got to understand there are many women. There are many women and men have been in condition who have taken money because they was pressure in one way or the other, and they didn't have your level of understanding, or they had fear, whatever. Fear is a motherfucker. Y'all don't want to see it, but fear is a motherfucker. It is. So when you start talking about but I'm just saying, when you start talking about you're talking about how you would express something that's happened to you. But everybody don't wear the same size shoe you do, bro. Man. So y'all have a good day.
Please say something, bro.
She showed she was outspoken. She showed her something to say.
Look, y'all have a good. Y'all have. Wait.
So why did she use up?
Nah, don't run away.
No, I'm not running. I'm not running away because I'm living in a real life experience with somebody who accused me of something. So I understand it on both sides of the street. Listen what I'm saying. I understand it on both.
You think you're the only one that's going?
No, I ain't saying, but bro, hey, bro, come on, man. I know you wore a uniform, but act like you got some sense.
So the uniform had. Hang on.
You make these strong man arguments. Everybody knows that somebody don't went through something. You ain't about to say that. I didn't say that for your sympathy.
Hang on,
bro. I ain't hanging on.
Don't get upset with me because you're arguing.
No, I'm not upset with you. You don't know my character. You don't know my character. You don't know my character.
You don't know mine. You don't know mine.
Look, I can read you in 5 minutes, bro. I've been on this earth long enough.
No, you can't, bro. But who do you think you are?
No, who do you think I'm not? Who do you think I'm not? Who do you think I'm not?
Like all the rest of us are, bro.
Who do you think I'm not? Who do you think I'm not? I tell you what. You Google yourself and Google me, and then you get an impression of who I am. Google yourself and Google me, and then you'll know who I am.
They squabbling out there now. Yeah.
I'm not talking about no YouTube. Google yourself and Google me.
You don't give a shit, Jason.
Nobody gives a shit about you being
I know you think. Nobody like you gives a shit.
Nobody. I don't care.
But Rampart did. Rampart did. I brought down a whole goddamn police. Rampart did.
Please.
You got a lot of feminine energy, bro.
No. I tell you what.
I don't argue with women.
I got your asshole over there twerking.
Damn.
Don't come at me like that. Don't come at me like that. Don't come at me like that.
I'll argue with
women.
Don't come at
me like that.
You got it. You got it.
I can go deeper than you.
All right, so listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching the show right now, hit the like button, subscribe button. We got Easy Money Jones just came in here. We got our Pain that just came in here. All right, good to have y'all, man. J Speed, man. Hey, everybody. Hey, the conversation. This is the barbershop. This is the barbershop, ladies and gentlemen. You know, if you don't,
you can't handle it, don't put it out there.
Yeah.
Don't never come at me with no feminine.
Hold on here. Is it the barbershop?
I will go in on your ass.
All right, sis. I hear you.
All right, you call me what you want to, but you the one over there twerking.
God damn, really, J Speed? We still doing
it? He went in first, bro. Look, when you go to war, you can't tell me how I can shoot back. If you fire a shot.
I got you
over here. You're not shooting back, bro. You got nothing, bro.
He said that look like an asshole with a beard on.
It's weak. Look at the reaction of the men on the panel. Nobody's laughing, bro. It's weak.
No, I know you think it's weak.
It's weak. You got nothing, bro. You got nothing.
Voice too. Why you at it?
I'm sorry. What was I didn't hear you.
Put a little bass in your voice and stop rubbing your boyfriend leg while you're talking to me.
Jesus Christ.
That's right.
That's the best you got. Do you have anything else?
Hey, black man, you want to put me and him up? Let's go for it. You want to put me and him up? Let's go for it.
That's all you got. You got
is that a Bay Boys motherfucker? He got choked up like that?
Gay jokes is the best you got.
Hey, bro, you want to go?
That's your
He got choked up like that? You want to go one on one?
All right, bro.
You want to go
but
one-on-one?
you looking real zesty in that picture with your foot on the chair. But I'm the problem with your red jacket on. But I'm gay. All right, brother.
Bro,
okay,
I didn't never say
sis.
you was gay.
I hear you,
said
sis.
you had gay potential.
Tell him everything. Tell him, Queen. Tell me about it, Queen.
I can tell the way you talk. You got gay potential.
Go ahead, sis.
Come on now.
Go off,
Come on now.
I hear you.
Get off the vibrator and talk to me like a man.
OG, you got that old Isaac from the Love Boat jacket on, don't you?
I hear you.
Okay.
Is that the Isaac from the Love Boat jacket you got on there, J-Speed?
Hey,
surprise, motherfucker.
Surprise,
goddamn smoking jacket that Fred G. Sanford
surprise,
had on.
Don't you get this shit twisted?
And the G stand for going places.
I wouldn't even get on site, but my fucking lips looking like I've been sucking on a donut. Once you put some Vaseline on your lips,
look
bro.
like gravy and shit in that goddamn smoke.
Wait, don't worry about it. The last time I seen a head like yours, Hank, I'm sitting back and pissing out of it.
Hey, man, you need to learn how to read with your retarded ass, OG.
Y'all take it easy, man. Hey, Trey. I'm just a comedian, bro. Don't take none of this shit serious.
Get your Weinstein ass up out of here.
Damn. Trey, I'm just a comedian. Don't take none of this shit serious, bro. All right.
I need you working your jokes, J-Speed.
Let me tell you something, motherfucker. I got some jokes for you. I seen what you did to Run the King. All right, y'all take it easy. Peace.
All right, brother.
All right, man.
Hey, man, but y'all crazy, bro. So anyway, back to what we were saying, man, because this crazy lunatic of a woman, we're gonna bring her back up because she had a lot to say. She really did. So let's go ahead and finish her off real quick.
You know, she got destroyed by her own personal goddamn choices. That's all that shit was.
Exactly.
And the man that got away, that got married, she saw that shit happen, and that shit destroyed the fuck out of her. Now all men ain't shit. That's all that shit was.
Yep. Here we go.
That's a lie. Oh, did his ex-wife, Kamorley Simmons, and his daughters, they snatched that motherfucking mask off, didn't they? Now we're seeing him for the tyrant and bully that he is and the predator. Let me sip my Red Bull. Give me a second. I'm a little tired this morning. Look at the bags underneath my eyes. I got to wake up, y'all. I want y'all, I think Russell is a dangerous man. And, there's a lot of these men on social media posing as life coaches, posing as relationship gurus, posing as pastors, preachers. They got the whole image together. A lot of them are married with wives and families, and they use pictures of their wives and their families pretending that they're happy, and they're fucking bullies and tyrants behind closed doors. Now, the whole Russell Simmons situation, it reminds me of R.C. Blake's. A lot of y'all are like, what do you have against R.C. Blake's? I said it. R.C. Blake's is another Derek Jackson, pimping the fuck out of Black women. RC steals content from he watches and studies all the narcissistic abuse channels, because when he first came out, he wasn't talking about narcissists. He got hip to the game, started using all the language and making one video after the next about narcissists. He's out here pimping the fuck out of Black women. He's a motherfucking pimp. But here's the thing. This is where my discernment kicks in. Okay, and I've been called R.C. Blake's out. When the scandal with Derek Jackson first hit, when Tasha K leaked the cheating, the side chicks, there were certain men that came to the rescue of Derek Jackson, and I was paying attention. There's a in trial.
I'm just trying to fast forward through it. But anyway, we'll pause right there until it come back up. But what are y'all thoughts?
Shooting her with all that.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, boy, she hate being bad, man. She hate being bad. I mean,
she's 50.
Yeah, some dude fucked her over bad, dog.
Yeah. She's 68,745 subscribers away from a million subscribers.
Yeah,
I blame that dude's parents. Whoever that man was, I blame his parents. It's his fault that he hurt that woman.
Well, he probably didn't hurt her. She probably hurt herself. A lot of these women fuck around.
It's funny you say that after the conversation with Jay Prince this morning.
For a minute, my guy.
I didn't get into Jay Prince this morning.
Damn, you talking about another panel, homie? Shit, you done made me forget what I was about to say. God damn. Go
That's
ahead,
Dusto's fault. He needs to be canceled.
Yeah,
I've already been canceled.
So hold on. So Dusto, is so the way this woman is talking, this is her daddy's fault?
Didn't he say, all I did for y'all, I created y'all? Isn't that what he said?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what
I
he
say
created.
that to my goddamn daughters. You get out of hand.
So that's what you created.
So
the person, not the goddamn the shit that she's doing.
Goalpost moving.
No.
No, the goalpost ain't moving. When again,
so my daughter, hold on. So all my daughter's decisions are tied to me.
Even after death, black man. God damn.
Aren't you supposed to teach your daughter decision making? Isn't that on the parent?
You can lead a horse to water. You can lead a horse to water, but you damn sure can't make that motherfucker drink.
Well, when you get a child and you start teaching your kids,
I'm trying to tell you,
you'll see
he
something
ain't gonna
different.
be able to see this shit. It's gonna be about shit. He's gonna be 70 years old when he get an infant. Shit.
So, is that your daddy's fault that you ain't got married yet? Dusto?
Oh no!
Yep, it is.
You gonna blame your father for that?
Well, I see why the modern women act the way they do.
No, hell
no. This is why. This your leaders right here. If y'all talk about accountability.
I am. So your father's accountable for you not being married yet.
I am getting the bag. Should men choose family? No, just throw money at the kids, and when they screw the hell
Ain't
up.
nobody said that. You be trying to put narratives that ain't even been over here. You created that narrative, homie.
Blame the
Come on,
kids.
man.
Damn, give it up, right? He got you, right? Just give it up.
Come on, man.
You on that.
Right, concede.
Blame the kids.
Can I say something on that point? Can I say something on that point?
Go ahead, Mr.
Let me say something on this point.
Are you his daddy? It's your fault.
No.
I've been canceled. I'm not gonna ever get the talk.
Actually, it's not 100% wrong. It's not 100% wrong. I see the scenario with Russell Simmons being a busy man, because that's part of this whole discussion today. And the times he probably should have been to treat his daughter and train her and groom her right, he was probably not around. He's probably making.
I wasn't going to get to talk anyway, so y'all have a good one.
You know, so you just finished talking.
Running.
It's an echo. No, I get 3 words out.
No. Hold on, y'all.
If it ain't what you want to hear, it's an echo chamber. Just like Big Speed ain't get before.
I was on your side. I just threw you a bone, brother.
Say what you gotta say, Scam. Go ahead.
No, we're good. It ain't the man's fault. We're gonna blame the kids.
You know what your words are, Scam. Now you don't want the bone.
If an 8-year-old is getting out of line, beat the hell out the kid because it's his fault. Guidance, teaching kids how to reason and make decisions. No, just throw money at them. And then because he gave them money and he sent money and created multiple monsters. And the way that you judge leaders is look at the
hold on. So parents, hold on. So let me ask you a question, Dusto, because this is what Dusto only.
Like I said, I've been canceled.
No, you're not canceled. I'm just asking.
I have to tell y'all what y'all want to hear.
No, I'm asking. I want to ask you a question.
It's their fault.
So I want to ask you a question. So you're saying that we already got the question out where you said that it's tied to the parents or whatever, their decision making, right? So if when you have a child, Dusto, and you raise your son to be the best man he could be, and you give him all the morals and values, and then somebody and somebody were to say, "Hey, Dusto, we busted your son this morning still in a car." If he was with a group of boys and they stole a car and he was with the guys, let's not say he did it, but he was with them.
Black man, this really where we're going. This really what we're doing.
I'm asking you, do you feel as if you would be? You've done all you can as a father. Do you feel as if you would be at blame for your son to making that decision to be around that group of kids?
So if he was with the people who did it, this is how far we got to go.
Accountability.
This is what we're doing.
I'm just asking for yes or no's. That's it.
Not him stealing the car, but he was with the people who did it. That's how far we got to go.
That's a bad decision. Is that the bad
it wasn't
decision
his decision.
Echo chamber.
The daddy's decision.
This how far we got to go.
That's how you
if he was with the kids,
you're deflecting, Sam. Answer the question.
No, I'm not answering that question. It's real.
Okay, so Hank said he had a question for you as far as.
No, he doesn't.
Hank
What's your question, Hank?
I ask you, is it your daddy's fault that you're not married yet?
Here we go. Is it your daddy's fault you got divorced?
Damn.
No, it's not. I made a bad decision of what I did to reach before she got divorced. So it's my wife's decision to get divorced.
And
so
you blaming women
fault?
already.
Okay.
You're already going to women. It's the wife's fault.
No, I'm not blaming anybody.
It's the kid's
I take
fault.
the L.
It's
But
the
is it
kid's
your
fault?
fault? Is it your daddy's fault that you're not married yet? Be accountable.
No,
your daddy got to hold that
it's the
accountability.
kids' fault. Blame the
You ain't got no
kids.
kids. So
Ain't got no kids.
At the liquor store
You
and
ain't got no
blame
kids to
her.
blame. Blame the women.
Who's at fault for your divorce?
it's hard. It's hard. It's scam. It's
And
hard
it's
to
kids
troll over
involved.
here.
Blame your
It's
young
hard
son.
to
It was
troll
his
over
fault,
here.
right?
Blame the women.
It was your kid's fault for the divorce, right? That's how low we going. That if your kid was in the wrong place, wrong time, you don't even know the story. You're gonna blame. This is what we're doing.
Stop it, man. Come on,
Scam.
Sam.
You already heard him say it was
I want to
his-
know
it was
what a
his
man is
decision, it was his
responsible
fault.
for.
See, that's
But
what
all
you
you
call
ever talk
accountability.
about is
Scam.
money.
Scam. That's what you call accountability. You don't feel like nobody should have accountability because I need to blame my daddy. The reason my whole family got divorced. It's his fault. He didn't teach me right. It's his fault, right?
Cool. Blame the daddy.
No, that's what you're saying.
You the one that said
That's
it.
what you go with
Scam, you said that. You said it's the daddy fault.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you don't
Hey,
know
look.
what you want, Scam. I'll see you later, man. You be good. You have a good night, brother.
I'm out. This is a major
All right,
dusty fine.
I'll see you later. I'm sure you'll be
But
on
I missed
Fight
the
Club.
echo chamber for $5.95. I'll tell any man what they want to hear. It's not your fault. It's the
I
women.
see you, Scam, lately.
All men are
You
leaders.
stepping the streets, man.
All men are perfect.
But you know, hold on. We didn't blame anything
It's
on
how
women.
low we gotta
didn't
get.
blame anything on women tonight. Let's be clear. We said that when you do for your children, and then when you cut your children off, your children turn on you. Because think about it. She has
That doesn't even make sense, black man.
What?
Why not? Why not?
Okay, hold on. So hold on. Let me ask you a question. So if
You don't see a problem with that?
Hold on. Let's say, for instance, I'm supplying all my daughter's financial needs, and then when she gets 25 years old, I say, baby, I'm turning the faucet off because I think you should be more accountable for yourself
Black man,
financially.
you don't see a problem. Why is it every time you talk about a man and some kids or a woman, it's always money, 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 money?
No. I'm saying, but I'm
Throw
saying
money at 'em. Beat them with the briefcase.
She didn't
Money.
even, hold on.
Provide.
Hold on. But as a content creator, I sit and watch the video. Hold on. Because as a content creator, I sat and watched it.
Throw some money at it.
Hold on. That's though. As a content creator, I sat and watched the entire video. Did you watch the entire video?
What do I need to?
I heard her say. I heard her. Hold on. Yes, you do. I heard her say on. This is how I got leverage in this conversation right now. Because in the video,
Leverage in a dusty conversation.
No. I'm telling you, in the video, she repeatedly said, "But I gotta go find a job and I gotta save up for rent. I'm not getting any money from him anymore. He's not sending me no more money. She talking about money damn near 90% of the video. 90% of the video, she talking about how he cut her off from the finances.
So what does that say?
I can just go back to school and be a doctor, or I can be
because he don't send me money no more. You're 25 years old.
It's showing she's not accountable.
So what does that tell you about the parenting if all she's talking about is money? Where did she learn that from?
No, he cut the money off. He told her to be more
probably a ragged ass mammy.
But you can still. I give him that.
A gold digging ass mama.
Things that he probably did that contribute to how she is.
Some things,
that, right?
But hold on, we're not talking about one daughter. We're talking multiple. That means he raised multiple monsters. But
it was just one daughter. It was one daughter and her mama.
Scam. Again, I said I'll give you that. It was some things that he did that probably contribute to how she is, right?
Not just she. You're talking about a man with multiple children and an ex-wife, all damaged. That's that's like talking to the losing team in the NBA.
I just want to finish my
thought,
bro. That's all I wanted to do.
Real quick, JT, I'm gonna let you watch this. There was a dude in Dallas that happened to, and he's a familiar person right now. He just had surgery today. He's the coach for the Colorado Buffaloes, right? He's coach for the Colorado football team. Deion Sanders. Prime. He was his kids. He had some issues with his kids. He had some issues with his baby mama. He went to court. After he left court, he fought to get all his kids and put them in one house. After he got all those kids in one house, you didn't hear no more drama, no more. No more drama from the baby mama, no more drama from the kids. He took all those kids from that influence and put them in the same house with him. And now his sons are successful. His daughter's a successful basketball player. Both of his boys will be in the NFL for damn sure, right? He got one son that does his production work, his video work. I mean, so when he took those kids, he wasn't in the news no more for being a bad daddy or a deadbeat daddy or a bad husband because he shut that shit down. Dion wasn't putting up with that shit. And so I think that's what Russell needs to do. Russell, don't run from the conversation. All you got to do is do what Brian McKnight did. His son just turned on him. So my dad a deadbeat, and Brian McKnight brought out the receipts. We haven't heard anything else since. He said, I paid for my sons, grown men. He said, I paid for apartments for a 25-year-old and a 30-year-old for a 2-year lease. I paid it off. I bought each one of them a car. And I told him after the 2 years, I'm done. He said the 2 years ran out. I go to visit. They smoking weed. They sitting out on the balcony. They're not doing nothing with their lives. He said after the 2 years was up, he cut the finances off. Now, as soon as he cut the finances off, guess what happened? They went online. My daddy a deadbeat. Brian McKnight is a deadbeat dad. He ain't shit. My daddy ain't shit. He ain't raised us right. He was very abusive. But when Brian McKnight brought those receipts out, you ain't heard nothing from his sons no more because he proved that he did everything he could for them financially.
You're proving my point.
I'm not proving your point.
Raising kids is about throwing money at them, and then that's everything. You don't need to teach them.
What's raising kids about? What's raising kids about?
They were adults. He had already raised
them. Then blame them for everything that you didn't do.
They were adults.
They are adults.
They were adults.
Hey, Dusto, they're adults. They're adults. They 25 and 30. Asking their daddy to pay for their apartments. They're adults.
He got in his mind. Dusto got in his mind of what the argument. He's arguing on another panel.
Dumbass.
He's arguing on another panel. He's not listening to nothing you saying.
Yeah, you ain't listening to a damn thing you saying.
He's arguing.
Stop saying you know what? I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna land my plane.
Don't step your fingers to get on the back here, Dusto.
One day when God bless you with children, please put a live video camera up so I can see you go through the transitions.
He's gonna be too old. Man, he's 7 years old with a 10-year-old.
Man, boy, when you get children, it's gonna change your life, brother. When you sit there and look at a child, you change their diapers and fed them, and they got a fucking attitude with you. I just want to see your face.
And if I don't do everything y'all say, then I got to get doom and gloom, shamed and everything.
Hold on. You ain't gonna be able to. By the time your kids turn to be 18 years old, your ass is gonna be a senior citizen.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Everybody on this panel got kids except Dusto, right? Raise your hand if you everybody on the panel got kids, right? So this is my question. How many times have you been in a situation where you've done everything for your child and take the money out of it? I'm talking about being there for their game.
You can't take the money out of it.
No. I'm making my point. I'm making my point. I want you to take this L transparently.
Bring the money.
How many men on this panel have done all you could for your children and they had an attitude? Smart mouth.
I wonder where they learned that from.
See what I'm saying? So look, basically he said, we're supposed to have separate children. We're supposed to go into a lab and put the robots together and create kids that think like us and do what we do.
Just beat them and throw money at them. That's all you got to do.
And you ain't no parent, so you really can't relate, bro. And I understand.
Just beat them and throw money at them. And shame
Justo, do you believe in accountability?
Nope.
Y'all don't. Blame the women.
Accountability is when you count some shit.
When your grown ass kids won't act like that,
dumbass.
Let that accountability kick in and say, baby, hey, good luck with that.
This fix everything right here. Throw money at them.
If that's what you want
get on the internet.
What panel was that on?
I spend money.
Hey, it's amazing though. If you didn't have that right now, everybody be out on the street.
Yeah. And like I said,
so man, you be safe, man.
No, I'm gonna get my
money, daddy. I'll see you later.
Well, I feel sorry for your kids, Dusto. They're going to be starving, and you ain't going to spend no money on them. So we got it. You're not going to feed them.
I'm going to call my parents tomorrow and thank them one more time for choosing family over money when it came time, because I wouldn't be the person I am today. Y'all have a good night.
Why they both couldn't be synonymous? Why they both couldn't be synonymous?
Man, Dusto been taking L's for the last 2 days, man. I need my boy.
Yeah, he been taking L's, boy.
Taking L's for the last
that
2
shit
days,
ain't working.
Bro.
He gonna have to come with another trick. He gonna have to.
Man.
That tap dance he did. That shit don't work no more. That shit don't work no more.
Yeah,
that
man.
Motherfucker.
My boy been taking L's for the last 2 weeks, man. All right, so R-Pain, what are your thoughts, man? Go ahead and work with it.
Well, on that chick, I mean, I didn't see the whole thing, but
we ain't done with it yet. We're gonna break her down. We ain't done with it yet.
But the point is, man, she don't, she's just talking like the rest of those hyenas on these spaces. It's easy to accuse a man of something with no proof, no receipts, no nothing, and you throw it out there into the ether and see what sticks. Maybe Russell Simmons wasn't a great guy. Who cares? All I know is his kids had the best, more than 95% of the kids out there. They had opportunities. They had a place to live. I think he didn't vet his wife properly. I could tell you that. And and they're ungrateful. I don't care what he did. I mean, even the brother who cut out, OG, was talking this thing. I mean, everything he said was just on the other side of what everybody else was saying. How did he know that they were under such duress that they had a right to come out on the internet? And what evidence does he have that they were so downtrodden that they had to come on the internet and out their father like that? Because to me, other than him like lighting the house on fire or beating them or something, I don't see any justification for it. Right. So, and we know that wasn't the case. So she was just spoiled, and she got on the internet and she put out family business that she should have never done. I think that was even worse than calling her mother, Happy Father's Day.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we all know that was a level of disrespect when she did that. But people also got to realize I don't think they realize how much influence peers has on your kids.
Yep.
That's what a lot of people feel real. You could teach everything you need that you know about whatever, but if they have negative peers around them, they can influence them. When they off to college, when they doing their own thing, and you don't really get to monitor everything they do like you used to, they've been influenced by their peers. Now you're hoping that the morals somehow kicks in. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Right. All right, so I'm let me continue this, y'all, so we can get rid of her. Let's see.
Did and all this and that and third. A lot of women was like, "Fuck you, bitch." I'm still gonna side with Tory Lanez, the abuser. You deserved it. Black women can be so nasty and fucking sadistic when they're narcissistic, breaking their fucking neck to protect and defend a known male abuser. I pay attention to all that. I said, "Oh, she's a narcissist. She's a narcissist." I pay attention. Who out here is supporting the abuser? And I'm glad Megan beat that motherfucking case, because all I did, it made me study people's behavior. Who supported the victim versus who supports the abuser. Even after the evidence came out in the trial, the judge found him guilty. Everybody that sided with Tory Lanez stood on his side. It's a lot of sick, messed up Black people in this world. Sick, y'all. And if you're really a true child of God and you're not a narcissist, you're going to start seeing this shit and you're going to start separating yourself. We're going to have our own little community. It's happening. God is separating the demons from his children. It's happening. Social media, one by one, is outing these motherfuckers. Russell Simmons got outed yesterday. And it's going to be a whole lot more. Now, R.C. Blake's, in my opinion, he has a son and a daughter. They're both adults. And this is where my discernment really kicked in with him. He bullies his son and he bullies his wife when nobody's looking. I've had church members, people that attend his church, report. See, this is what people fail to realize. People email me with all types of tips on different people, different pastors, different life coaches. My inbox is tweaking right now. And it's been tweaking for the past couple of years. People send me anonymous tips. They actually had a phone conference with me. Two members of his church called me, and we had a very long conversation about R.C. Blake's and what takes place in his church. Because his church is like a cult. They're like blind sheep. So he can be abusive and he can be more of himself to the congregation. He has to watch his steps when he's stepping out here on social media and he's on these podcasts and different, public forums. He has to watch his step. But in his home, in his congregation, he can relax and be himself. And two of his members contacted me and we had a phone discussion. The information just falls into my lap. It comes to my inbox. People be out here telling. I'm going to tell you that these motherfuckers think they're so untouchable. Every dog has his day. I put that on everything. So there's this thing where I notice R.C. Blake has a son, and his son is the scapegoat. And if you, like me, were the scapegoat of the family, you know what that means. It means when nobody's looking, you are bullied. R.C. bullies his son. And his son right now doesn't understand that he's a victim of narcissistic abuse. Maybe he does, but what I see right now is that he keeps trying to get his father's validation. He keeps trying to repair that relationship. Y'all remember? Before you cut your family off, you kept trying and trying and trying. I kept trying with my parents. I kept saying, "Mom, let's try this again."
Hold on,
let's put our differences aside and let's try this again.
Here's the trauma right here. Here's the trauma right here. She just said, "Did you? I tried with my mama and daddy, and we don't talk no more. Your daddy not in your life. Your mama not in your life. That's why you spewing all this bullshit online."
She also said she was a scapegoat too.
Yeah. That's why she going through what she going through.
That's why I didn't want to blame it on no man.
Yep, exactly. So what's y'all thoughts on what so far? I'm gonna let this load up as much as it can. But what do you?
It's obvious. No accountability.
Yep.
None. She sound like scam. But a lot of, you see what she's doing. She's going and she's talking about people that she thinks that can't touch her. That's the thing. Russell Simmons, all these people that are so far away from where she is. That's why she's using these folks and talking, the pastor and all these different things. Who the hell are you for people to be giving you anonymous tips? Like she made the statement that he's abusing bullying his son and bullying his wife when nobody else is looking. Ma'am, when was it that they told you this shit? When was it that you was privileged to understand what he was doing in his household with his wife and his son? Why is it that you are the one that they went to and they said, well, this is what's going on with him? Don't nobody else know but you. How that happen?
Right.
How we get that shit? We already understand that this woman is a troll. That she's the ultimate troll right now when it comes down to that.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about, and I know that you're going to show this part, where she says that she wants to bring down men.
Mm-hmm.
You want to bring down men? What kind of shit is this? And she has how many followers, bro?
Oh, it's up there 600,000. Well, she has on TikTok. I think she up to like 600,000 or something crazy.
Yeah, that's easy. That's easy on TikTok.
That's easy. YouTube, she's 60. I think last time she did a show, she said she was 68,400 and something away from 1 million followers.
Yeah, and then when you look at what those followers are, when you see them, you just gonna see a bunch of damn young ass women. And then you're gonna see some old ass hurt women, and then you'll see a bunch of gay dudes. That's why
she got a huge following, brother. She got a huge following.
Because I've never heard of this woman. I've seen some.
Me either. Before I saw her on the damn timeline, I was like, "Who the hell is this crazy ass woman?" But
that show you how many people we got in this world.
Yep. Here we go. If it'll play, let's see. Because she
YouTube even
don't even want
don't even want to hear this.
Yeah, YouTube is not trying to hear it.
Doesn't understand that he's a victim of narcissistic abuse. Maybe he does, but what I see right now is that he keeps trying to get his father's validation. He keeps trying to repair that relationship. Y'all remember? Before you cut your family off, you kept trying and trying and trying. I kept trying with my parents. I kept saying, "Mom, let's try this again. Let's put our differences aside and let's be a family." And they kick you down every time, don't they? RC is bullying his son behind closed doors. And I'm sitting back very patiently waiting for the day his son cracks and his son runs to social media and he tells everything. It's coming. Just like the Kimora Lee situation, his daughters had a fucking meltdown and they said, enough is enough. We're tired of protecting dad. This is what's happening, y'all. He is bullying us. He's been doing this for several years. I'm waiting for RC Blake's son to break down and have that moment. It's coming. Now, RC Blake's has a lesbian daughter. It's alleged that she's a lesbian. but he's very close to his daughter. And you want to know why?
Here you go.
And this is a pattern of behavior that I've noticed with older narcissistic men that have lesbian daughters. The lesbian daughter is a narcissist too. When the father is a narcissist and he's very close to his daughter, he's groomed her and trained her and programmed her to be abusive just like he is. That's why they're so close. They have a very enmeshed relationship. He may have touched her or something.
Oh,
I'm waiting for the dirt and the tea to come out on.
Oh. Can I go? Listen, she looks like a fake wannabe Tasha K.
Yeah,
I was saying a hybrid Tasha K, a hybrid.
Well, I understand. I mean, it's unfortunate. To me, it's unfortunate that.
Let me just land it here.
Yeah.
What she's saying has opened herself up to the same exact thing. That's why Tasha K owes $4 million now.
Yep.
She don't have no receipt. To me, she's defaming these people with just her word. And she sounds so ignorant. Like, to accuse a man of touching a little girl, that's enough. To me, she could be. I could hold her in civil court just for that. Especially if she's talking to a million people.
And this is 2 separate videos on but you go watch her videos, because I done studied this at this alley back. You go watch her videos, every video she's calling out a different man, saying all men are touching their daughters if they're close to them.
Wow.
Oh man. She's getting away with murder.
She's telling wives, go make sure you go watch your husband now. If he want to go on a daddy-daughter date, you get in the car and you follow him. You watch him when they get out. See how he.
Somebody about to be her huckleberry. Somebody's going to be her huckleberry in a minute.
Yep.
It's just unfortunate. I mean, someone's not. Who's going to have the resources to go after people? And you would think that the Tasha K case would have emboldened others to pursue action against these people putting slanderous stuff out there, but apparently it hasn't. But that's the thing. I mean, who has the cash or the time to go after every person? If it seems like if this environment is breeding people like this, it's unfortunate. But that's the only way that stuff's going to come down if someone takes legal action. But is it worth the hassle? I mean, that's something you always have to weigh, because there's going to be other ones that are coming down the pike. So it's just an unfortunate that YouTube doesn't censor more of its own content.
Mr. Bennett,
or content creators or something. Yeah.
Mr. Bennett, you know how they have in the daytime where they be having these lawyers for catastrophic. You see that all day in the daytime.
Yeah.
You have all this. This is what's about to happen. It's about to come down the pipeline. You're gonna start have lawyers saying it's some money in this right now, and then you're gonna start having them get deals.
It needs to happen because they're not gonna. YouTube is not gonna police this, or there's other social media sites. They're not going to.
It's going.
Yeah, but I do find this conversation the whole night. I find it interesting because we have seen cases like I remember like Herschel Walker's son when he was running and all the stuff he came out against her. Now again, I think a lot of what he had to say was legitimate because I never thought that Herschel Walker wasn't the guy that he was portraying. And I think his son, him coming out and just calling out the stuff that he was doing, I think for him it was cathartic. So I do think that such a thing like this is out there where you do have people who are expressing an image, but then the family story is something else. And we've seen this with actors and entertainers. What happened to Gary Coleman, and his family basically took all his money. And then you got the Jackson family, and Joe Jackson wasn't the nicest, wasn't father of the year in any stretch either. Despite the success that the sons had in show business, but you can see a lot of these people had damage from that relationship. So I think the idea of parenting, especially when you're in a space where you are wealthy or affluent, and the resultant of the kids that come out of that, it's complicated. I even though I thought Dusto was trolling a little bit tonight, but I think the idea of parenting or the type of children that you wind up with. Your parenting style, if only your approach is the money that you're throwing at them, so well, I'll provide for you and that's enough. I think those are things that are worth examining. I mean, my thing is I pray every day that, I don't know what the arc of my kid's life is going to be at the end of the day. I know I wasn't necessarily the perfect parent, but their story is still being written. So, whether or not I'm going to judge myself on how good a parent I was or or not, that story still is still out there.
I learned something from you, Mr. Bennett. I learned something from you, because some months back you said something about how you raise your daughters, and I implemented that with my children. When you said that night, you said when it came to my daughters, everything that they needed, I provided. Everything that they wanted, they had to work for.
As early as they were able to get work, I put them to work.
Absolutely.
Because what I was seeing with a lot of, even some of the friends I have, we talked about this on the last show. So many of my friends got their kids involved in sports and sporting events, traveling. It's 365. You know what I mean? There's no other thing. So they go into college or graduating college and never had a job. So they don't have any appreciation for money. They don't have any kind of financial discipline. It's just not there. So as my kids, the more they worked, the less we provided. So yeah, we'll give you shelter and all that kind of stuff, and we'll basic clothes. So you get like a budget. So you get a Skechers budget. Now, if you want the Nike Air 95s, that's going to be, you're going to have to pay the remainder on top of that.
Yes,
Your
sir.
basic hair care will take, but if you want the box braids or the fancy braids, you're going to pay for that over and above. So again, it was because I know that's what that did for me. I mean, working, I had to work at an early age. As early as I can get a job, I got a job. Because again, my family didn't have a lot of money. So I knew that if I wanted something, I needed to go and get it. And that's one thing I didn't want my daughters to grow up with, this sense of entitlement, where they thought that, well, we were just going to pay for everything. Now, this again, when they're in school, there's still things I pay for. I still pay their cell phone bills, and just certain things that we do. But their leisure and their entertainment, no, that's totally that's totally their deal. And again, how this all turns out for them in the future, again, I pray that I did the right things with them, and like I said, time will tell. But again, there's no manual for any of us as far as the personalities that are involved. Again, you could be the best. I've seen the best parents in the world with the lives of kids, but the Bible talks about them. You had, especially with I was just studying the southern kingdom of Judah. You had this period. You had a good king, and then his son turned out real bad, and then his son was very good, and then the other son was very bad. And even Ezekiel talked about how God had said, not to get too preachy, but he said that you used to hear that I will judge people up to the third and fourth generation, but said at time I'm only going to judge you for what you do. So I'm not going to blame your parents. I'm not going to blame anybody, but it's got to be I'm going to blame you and hold you accountable for your actions. But the idea of a lot of parents beating themselves up over how they parented their kids, and a lot of kids who are trying to blame everything on the parents, I think we have to break some of that. That mindset. But yeah, I think earnestly you do your best based on the information you've been given, and we can't necessarily take the L in all cases the way our kids why not. I would never have peace in my life if I did that, for every decision, right or wrong decision that my kids ever made. So I think it's something that we all have to kind of free ourselves of, and just know when we went to bed at night, not to say that we were perfect parents, but were we the best parents we could have been for our children, given what we had to give them. And I land my square there.
All right. So I'm going to play it one more time, then we'll come back and we'll discuss it. What's up, Andrea, man? Thank you for being here tonight. Here we go.
On his children. It'll come out in the long run. It will. Because he's not this person, this wholesome persona that he projects himself to be. He's another Derek Jackson. He's an abusive man. And he's found a way to milk the game and pimp the black woman, pimp the black woman's broken heart. And I can't wait till God exposes that piece of shit. R.C. Blakes is a piece of shit. I said it. I'm waiting for the day his son finally breaks and says enough is enough. This is who my father is. This has been going on for years. His son is not there yet. But as we saw with the Russell Simmons situation, he has been bullying and treating his children like punching bags for years, and the girls have had enough. Just like I had Carry-On Franklin, Kirk Franklin's son, these people come to me with the tea. Carry-On Franklin reached out to me. I don't have to clout chase off nobody. Spiritual Whistleblower has made a name for herself, and when people are fed up and people have secrets on these motherfuckers, they run to me. They tell me all the secrets. When they're ready to expose, they come to me. So you know, let me tell you something. A lot of these demons that are stalking me and they're angry and they're disgruntled that I'm exposing them. I'm being threatened right now with a defamation lawsuit, and I don't care because it's a form of coercion. Threatening somebody with defamation because you're being exposed for being a piece of shit, that is coercive control. I don't know if y'all seen what's going on with this Alan. What's his name? Who's the man that has the 3 daughters and his wife committed suicide because he kept using the court system to bully her? He took the kids from her. He alienated her from her children, and she couldn't take it no more. Catherine, is it Hasselhoff? What is the last name? I'm saying it wrong. Y'all correct me in the comment section. Alan and Catherine Hasselhoff or Kassenhoff. He's an attorney. He's a high-powered attorney, and he used the judicial system, the family court system, as a form of coercive control to get his wife to bend, torture her. He used the court system to torture this woman to the point she attempted. Well, no, she went through with the suicide. She's deceased now. And the internet has let loose and they are flaming this man. There's a manhunt to track him down. I don't know the updates, but right now, you know, the children are being held captive. The children need to be out of his care because the videos that I've seen of that man.
No. Let's get some clarity here. She just said that the man used the judicial system to get custody of his kids. And when he got custody of his kids, his ex-wife deleted herself. And now there's there's people on the internet saying that there's a manhunt for him because the kids should not be in the care of that man. Somebody tell me why.
I don't know about why. I mean, it sounds like she just made a selfish decision and couldn't handle the pressures of whatever was she was going through, so she ended herself.
Yeah, but he won the custody battle. He won the kids. And
he did what he should have did. He did what he should have did.
Yeah.
I don't see nothing wrong with what he did. Now, because she couldn't handle it, maybe she should have sought some therapy. Maybe she should have sought that instead of, taking that route of self-deletion. That's not always the answer. She should have sought some therapy and maybe get some help and talk to somebody about it. But this man did what he legally had the right to do.
Well, the thing is, there was clearly more going on there than with her. We don't know what it is, but if she's so unstable as to end herself, the kids didn't need to be around her anyway. Because you don't just wake up one morning and decide to do that.
She did it after she
No, again, there's more going on there. She didn't do it because she lost her kids. That may have been the straw that broke the camel's back.
You're right.
That might have been the last thing that made her just finally decide to go over the hump and do it.
Right.
There's way more going on there because what man wins a custody battle these days? You know what I'm saying? So a court decided that here's the thing, but even in your situation, court decided that the situation with the mother was so untenable. It was so bad that these kids are better off with the father, which is something that's extremely rare these days. So there's more going on there with her than just she just lost her kids. That wasn't why she did it. But again, I think that was more of the straw that broke the camel's back. And if she's that unstable, those kids are better. It seems that the kids were better off in the father's hands.
So why would you want to lead a coalition? This woman.
Well, my thing is this with her
to track this man down and take his kids because he wanted them in court.
No, she just wants attention. The thing is, that's what this video is about. How does she know what Russell Simmons is doing at home? You know what I'm saying? How does she know that he's bullying her?
Exactly.
Bullying anybody, and the people she's talking about, she doesn't really know. She's not in that house. It's like you have to be careful these days, man. Because what's that actor, Jonathan Majors?
Yep.
Have you seen the evidence he got?
Man.
Have you seen a tidal wave
crazy.
of evidence, video?
We talked about it at the beginning.
We talked about it earlier.
Okay. I'm about to say, you can't just come out and believe people like that. I mean,
she's a liar.
Yeah, this is a picture. And then the cops were in on it too.
Yep.
The cops were telling her.
The cops were in on it too.
And they're on camera.
Yep.
Leading this woman on to say these things.
But guess what? Guess what? The lawyer. Guess what? What's her name on The View? The used to be a prosecutor. Sonny Hostin. Guess what she said? All you need today, you don't need evidence. A woman's voice is enough. And she said, when I prosecuted, when a woman told me something happened, I didn't have to do an investigation. I believe
all
them.
women.
I believe
all women.
Believe and you can't do that, and you can't do that because women lie too. Yeah, and the thing is, well, here's the thing. That's cool, but understand that what men have to do is make it more profitable and financially attractive to support a male's agenda. Like I told you, like this earlier this week, like I didn't think there was this big attack. Like people told me it's an attack on masculinity. I didn't really believe that until recently here. Now I'm saying that, until recently, I'm like, okay. I was like,
no. You did a show that proved that there's a attack on masculinity, bro. Come on, bro. You did a show
but no, I get it.
Come on,
the thing is, masculinity is found
JT not only did a show, he's still doing shows.
No,
dumbass.
The thing is, it's like, my thing is that when I say attack on masculinity,
he likes to put his feet in the water.
Is there a systemic attack on masculinity?
Oh, sure.
Yes, there is.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah.
Yes, there is. You know, I think it's kind of irrefutable now. Like it's almost illegal to be a man these days. You know, like you come on, we come on and do these kind of panels and stuff like that, and you can't behave like men do. But my thing is this: okay, if you were born female, but then you want to transition into male. Okay, now don't get pissed off when other men treat you like a man. We're gonna beat you up. We're gonna talk about your mama. We're gonna talk shit. Okay, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna call you. We're gonna say certain words about the community that you're a part of. That's what men do. Don't fucking cry.
You want equality?
You want equality? You got it. Shut the fuck up and eat it.
Whoa, pause.
No, for them though. They don't pause on that.
Easy money.
They don't pause on that. Let them eat all they want, whatever. I mean, you know what I'm saying? My thing is this. Look, listen. I refuse to walk around here with my tail tucked between my legs.
Oh, hell no. You see.
I refuse. I refuse. Listen. Look, I tried to be nice. Enough is enough. But my thing is this. Like, I don't know what it is, but about this week, I was like, fuck it. Enough is enough. That is fucking it.
Today.
I tried to be nice. No, I'm trying to be nice and try to be cordial to everybody, Hank. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't judge people, but fuck y'all. So, I mean, you know,
hold on, Major. Hold
on. Less than a month ago, it wasn't like it. You had to come by y'all.
I mean, but listen,
he was massaging backs a month ago.
No, I wasn't doing all that. Shut up.
But no.
Easy money. Go ahead, easy money.
Like women, because I look at like women saying, "Man should be this way, a man should be that way."
I swear, I thought you said easy money, but man, you'll keep talking.
Yeah,
I wasn't done.
Going.
Oh, you weren't done? Okay, go ahead.
No, you don't want playing videos. Again, trying to be nice. You want?
God damn it!
You
ready? Hold on. How you gonna do this? You didn't buck up to them sissy boys, but you gonna buck up to this grown.
But here's the thing. Wait,
what type of shit is this?
And again, I'm on someone else's platform. I don't want to say anything to get his platform taken down. That's why. And again, hey, that's why you gotta be. You try to be nice to people.
Oh my god!
And so you don't say anything, say certain things to them because you don't want to get canceled and get somebody else's YouTube channel taken down and all that. So that's why. You have to handle certain people with kid gloves.
I'm surprised they ain't asked you to meet up in person.
No, I ain't doing that.
Easy money. What's going on, man?
What's up?
What's your thoughts on this whole situation, brother?
It's insane.
So I got a few things. So one, we'll go in reverse. So the person that deleted themselves after the custody battle, apparently, I did a quick Google search. It was an assisted deletion because they had a terminal cancer or terminal illness.
Damn.
So that's what led them to do that. But I guess there were some issues within the marriage, and she had evidence of like abuse and stuff.
Shout out to Dr. Kevorkian.
Huh?
Shout out to Dr. Kevorkian.
Yeah. So, but even within the context of the marriage, I guess it was something about the court that they were in favored the person with the money. The dad had the money, and so she was upset over that. So it was a whole. To your point, it was way more than the person just lost custody of their kids and just went off and deleted themselves. So I just want to provide that context. With the Russell Simmons thing, it was my understanding, and again, it's a little messy because number one, we're not even supposed to be privy to what's going on in their family. But it sounds like the issue isn't that the dad isn't trying to take care of them. It sounds like he's out of money. And with him having money issues, he can't afford to pay for her Uber. And I guess he'd be talking crazy about the mother. And there were leaked text messages where he was calling her, the girl's mother a piece of shit and all this other stuff, which you typically don't involve your kids in that part of your marriage or post-marriage or whatever. So, like, if you got a beef with Kimora, that need to stay between y'all instead of you going to your kids and talking about that.
But I guarantee you, Kimora is talking to them about him. I guarantee it.
This is the thing, and I definitely agree with what you're saying, Easy.
Yep,
I agree with what you're saying, Easy. But this is the problem. The daughter she's an adult, right? And when her and her mother talk with each other, I guarantee that her mother is also talking about the father also. Now the thing is that when you're in it's not even, I don't even know what the hell that they got, and I'm glad that you said that. We ain't even supposed to be privy to this type of shit, but the message that's out is what I'm talking about when it comes down in general, how you would have mothers and fathers battling, and that whole thing with the kids that's involved, especially when the kids start being like older teenagers or younger adults. It is a very hard thing for a man, I know in America, to try to say, well, okay, I'm not going to let you know what's going on with me and your mom when the mom is saying a lot of shit to the kid also. The kid is going to also have questions about why is it that you're treating me this way and all of these different things. And I can guarantee that going back to what Russell was telling her was that, look, there's some things that's happening with me and your mom that is serious. Because what I'm telling you is your mom and her, I don't know if that was her boyfriend or husband. I don't know who the fuck that motherfucker was. Your mother is involved in a man that we had a business plan with. Is it just the mom's fault? No, I think Russell has a lot to do with that also. However, this man has lost a substantial amount of money due to some type of laundering or whatever it is that's going on. And it left this man to a point where he's not having the money that he had. We talking about, I know they was reporting 250 million, but so that right there, what we're looking at, well, damn, how did this shit leak into this whole thing with him and his daughter? The problem that I have is that the daughter is putting her father on blast. That's the only thing I have a problem with. We shouldn't be privy to nothing like that. And going back to, in general, you have a lot of kids that's putting their parents on blast. He's not a good dad. You don't have all these different things. Now, in return, what are they doing? They're fighting their mom. They're beating the hell out of their goddamn mama. They out here. Look at what's happening right now. We have a whole bunch of young adults or teenagers that's disrespecting both mother and father. One of the problems that I have is that the mom called the village on the dad. In most cases, you would see the mother calls the village on the dad. They would talk to anybody that's listening about the problems that they have in their divorce or getting ready to have a divorce or a separation and things like that. They call the whole village, including the kids, on the dad. Now he's in a position where I got to, at some point, fight back. And at the end of the day, sorry, but I got to let you know exactly what's happening right now. You're old enough to understand this. And I want you, I love you. You're my kid, whether it's the daughter or the son. But in that case, it's the daughter. How do you, it's like being in a hard place, between a hard place and a rock. How do you actually deal with that? And that's what we're not actually, talking about. How do you deal with that type of shit?
Yeah,
So,
and Russ has to. Let me just say one thing real quick. Russ has to take some responsibility for this. You know, I mean, listen, if you got that much money at stake, you know, and your wife is 2 men deep from when y'all split up, right? Your ex-wife is not 1 man deep, but 2 men deep, right? She was with Simon Hansu, and then she's with this other guy. And you listen, if this guy embezzled 250 million from Russ, his ex-wife had to be in on it. I mean, you know, if you ask me.
He has a lawsuit on both of them, but he can't. This is the craziest part. He can't go through with the lawsuit because if he comes to America, he's going to get arrested. Now he got to deal with a whole different thing.
Why is he going to get arrested?
I was going to say real quick on that. No, the statute of limitations has passed on that. He's actually been back to America a few times over the last couple of years, so he's been back.
For what?
Yeah, but
what did he do?
He actually came to the Walk of Fame thing for either Ice Cube or Ice-T, one of them dudes.
Right.
So he's been around.
And see, you know something else, man.
What was the infraction? Somebody tell me what was the infraction?
Oh, yeah. Well, they wanted to get him. Well, let me tell you what happened first. You remember when Kobe died? You had the sheep herder. What's her name? The ugly woman that looked like a half-turned werewolf. Oprah's homegirl.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Gail King or whatever.
Yeah, Gail King. She did an interview. She did an interview with Lisa Leslie, and then Kobe wasn't even in the ground yet. She brought up his allegations that happened in Colorado. Then after that, they went after R. Kelly, right? And then after R. Kelly, let's get Russell Simmons. We're gonna do a three episode documentary on Russell Simmons and his abuse against women in the office. They say that he would just used to talk to me in any kind of way. Oprah and Gail King went on a tour of destroying black men at one time. But then hold on, and then after that, that Weinstein got arrested. Nothing, and there's pictures of Oprah kissing Weinstein on the goddamn lip. There's no 3-part documentary on Weinstein still to this day.
No, there actually is a documentary on Weinstein.
Not by Oprah.
No, it's not. And even with that documentary that came out, I forget what it's called. Oprah actually backed out of the documentary because there were some questions over one of the stories of one of the people in the movie.
I wonder why. And Michael Jackson, remember she did the Wonderland, whatever fucking thing.
Her
and Gail King,
Neverland.
Michael. They started just going against black men. All the white men got away. I'm gonna back out of this one because I used to lick Weinstein's legs, right? So she didn't go through anything with
the Weinstein situation was dangerous. And it was dangerous for a lot of people, and that's why he had to go.
Yeah. Him and what's the Weinstein and what's the other one?
Weinstein actually had dirt on people, and he knew too much.
What's the movie director's name? They got arrested.
Oh yeah, the Jewish dude. Yeah.
That Weinstein was
Epstein.
Weinstein. Y'all talk about Epstein. You was talking about Epstein.
No. Weinstein was the one who got hung in jail.
No.
That's Epstein. No. Yeah. He knew too much.
He had
presidents. He had presidents involved.
Yeah. That guy knew too much. So he had to go. That was a dangerous situation.
Yeah, but that wasn't Weinstein. That was Epstein.
Yeah, that was Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, and so that's my thing about the whole situation. About they go after Russell, go after R. Kelly, go after this person, go after this person, go after right. But there is no Caucasian fellas in that lineup, right? That were and you know what? If you really go, I'm gonna say this.
They showed up to Michael Jackson.
They had Trump.
So friendly with her.
Let me go sidebar real quick. I was listening to some music the other day, and y'all know the song "Sweet Caroline."
Yeah, Neil Diamond.
Neil Diamond said in an interview, they said one of your most popular songs, Neil Diamond, was "Sweet Caroline." Can you tell us who influenced that song? He said John F. Kennedy's daughter.
Oh,
so I went back and looked. I said, what year did this fucking song come out? So I went back and looked. I said, okay, so how old was John F. Kennedy's daughter in 19? His daughter was 12 years old. So the lyrics of the song. If I
go ahead, say it, because I already know.
I'm looking at the lyrics of "Sweet Caroline." It says here. Let me go down to this lyric. It says, "Where it began, I can't begin to know, but when I know, it's growing strong. Was in the spring, I became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Hands touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. What the fuck? What the fuck? And everybody, and nobody's paying attention. That at the time when he wrote this song, he said he wrote this for, he was real close with John F. Kennedy. He wrote it for John F. Kennedy's daughter. And you're going to write a song about my 12-year-old to my touching hands, me touching you, you touching me? Oh, hell no. But even Elvis Presley, go back and listen to some of his songs. He got a video
Hey,
out.
Lil Mama.
Hey, Lil Mama. And on the video, it's a little girl, probably 7, 8 years old. He sit down on his knee, touching her and caressing her back and pulling all close on him. Oh, shit. But R. Kelly in jail, man, get up out of here. You gonna cancel all his music, but Elvis still got, he still got all this house open. His family still making money off it. Man, get out of here. I'm not trying to, that's a sidebar, guys. Let's get back to it. This shit is bullshit. That's all I'm saying. It's bullshit. If you was getting everybody, it'll be balanced. But if you're not gonna get everybody, don't fuck with nobody. That's how I look at it.
All or nothing, baby.
All or nothing. Now he up there. Come here, little. No, his ass needs to be locked up too. I'm sorry. All his music need to be canceled too. Right? They need to shut down his house and all other shit that he got going on. Neil Diamond, same thing. Woody Allen, same thing. How you gonna adopt a 6-year-old girl and marry her when she's 18? You adopted your wife? But nobody, man, get out of here.
Yeah, that is wild. That Woody Allen thing is wild.
Man, stop,
that shit wild as fuck, bro.
Yeah, but when you take down Elvis, you killing whole R. Payne's whole music catalog. Then.
Oh
yeah.
Hey, look, we gonna leave well enough alone.
But no, my thing is, though, man, real talk, man, this whole situation, man, with Russell, we don't know the insights of it. We're just sitting here having a conversation, our opinions about it. However, he's in Bali, right? I think that's where he lives.
Yeah, he got hit. So he didn't even get hit with the charges yet. It was an investigation, and he sold everything that he had and moved to Bali because there was no extradition laws with Bali.
And you know who else should have did that? Well, I'm sorry, no, who else should have done it? You know who else he told to do that and they didn't do it?
Who that?
R. Kelly. Russell said he told R. Kelly until they can clear it up.
How he sound when he told him?
Listen, R. Kelly, you get your ass on fucking private jet. Listen to me now. Listen to me. This is Russell talking to you. It's Russell. Get on the fucking plane, son. Get on the plane, okay? And go over to Bali. I got a nice house over there in Bali. You can stay in a house over in Bali, right? And
that's Russell or Mike Tyson.
He probably doesn't understand what he was saying. He probably thought you said, "Go bowling, go bowling, go bowling."
Sound like you said Cali.
Go to bowling. But you know what's crazy? What if R. Kelly would have took him up on that? Because R. Kelly said, "No, I'm gonna stay and fight. I'm innocent, stupid ass." But then what if R. Kelly would have taken it and him and R. Kelly would have been in Bali together? They
would have found a way to get to his ass though. Is the thing is that you got two different men. They got two different mindsets. R. Kelly really liked the lifestyle that he was in. He really liked that lifestyle. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, he was one of those dudes that actually loved young women. He just didn't know how to handle it. He did not know how to handle it, and he went too goddamn far. That's just what it is.
R. Kelly, do you like young women? I like all women.
They would have sent Batman to go get R. Kelly.
Somebody would have came and they would have lured his ass in. They would.
He would have started fooling around with those underage kids in Bali, and they probably would have beheaded us.
Oh no, the age over there different.
They would have still frozen his assets. If he didn't move that shit right, they would have frozen his assets, all that shit. This motherfucker, people just don't realize how much money this motherfucker really got coming in, bro. Man. This motherfucker is a writer.
How much is his catalog worth? That's what
catalog is crazy. Talking about R. Kelly?
Yep.
R. Kelly owns none of that.
I'm about to say, he don't own his catalog.
He don't own none of that.
I said, how much do you think the catalog is worth? Is my question.
At least $1 billion.
No, listen. But this is the thing.
I say it's about
he came up on the year, but he came up on the year where he was going to cash out and get his masters. He was going to cash out. He was going to. Yes, that's what the biggest problem is. This man's catalog, I'm talking about, is crazy, bro. It is crazy.
Yeah, I agree with that, JT, but that doesn't help him any. He sold it. He signed it over to Aaliyah's mother. because she caught them fooling around before they were married.
I guarantee
and
he didn't sign up for every catalog that he had, bro.
He owns none of it, brother.
And we got to keep in mind, R. Kelly was fucking Aaliyah
and her mama.
Shit,
at the same time.
Come on now.
So when Aaliyah found out about him and Aaliyah, her daughter.
Hey,
I don't like talking about
the dead, but I'm finna say something that ain't sexy. Aaliyah, man, to me, Aaliyah puts you in the Greek mythology mindset of a siren. Like, I think she was like Jezebelian. Let me tell you why. All the men that she came in contact with, you just look at the stories. Timbaland said one night he was in the studio with her and he was mixing and she was singing in the mic. He said he looked up at her while she was singing. She was looking dead at him. And he said he just felt this overwhelming spirit over him that made him fall in love with her, and she was a kid.
He was weak.
He said she was a child, and he said he knew.
She's a child. I don't see anything that makes me fall in love when I see a child, dude.
No.
And then
a child is a child. To me, it's a baby.
I'm about to tap out of this goddamn conversation.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'm not making any excuses for a petter ass. Okay?
No. What I'm saying is,
I'm gonna let Trey tune you up with him and his cop boys. I don't even like cops.
He was obsessed with her so bad that when he got married, he married a woman that looked just like her.
Yes, he did. I remember.
That dude just ain't right.
I was like,
God. Here's the thing. He's one of those people who was gonna eventually end up on Chris Hansen's show.
Oh, Chris! No.
That's who Timbaland was.
You know they canceled his ass, Chris Hansen, because half the people he got arrested, they got off.
Well, but still, I mean, that ain't Chris Hansen's fault. He exposed pedophiles, and pedophiles should be exposed.
I mean, it just so
everyone should know if you're a pedophile. Everyone should know that you are one.
We're gonna move the conversation along, but in 15 years we're gonna have this conversation.
It just so happens.
Well, I can tell you who else you're gonna have a conversation. You're gonna have a conversation about Trey Songz here too. Trey Songz got a problem. You're gonna have a conversation with him too about him in about 15 years.
Oh yeah.
Less than that.
Hey man, as long as you got children that you put in adult situations, especially when it comes down to this entertainment, you're gonna have these issues.
Like
you got
Disney.
them around.
Yeah.
You got them around a lot of sick ass people. You got them around a lot of weirdos.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things.
Holly weird.
Yeah, that's one of the things. I'm glad that my daughters couldn't sing good enough to be in there, because they wouldn't have been. I'm telling you, they wouldn't have been famous, because they'd be like, their daddy always come in here doing some shit. No, fuck all that, man. It's these are weirdos. That's what I wanted to tell the OG, that we wasn't on that type of conversation. You know, we wasn't there. But at the end of the day, we already understand, man, when you got your child that's in the limelight, they got talent, and they can go over to Hollywood, they can get millions of dollars and things like that. You in a whole different world. And unless you had that money, you really don't understand exactly what type of world that is, man. That is a world where regular people can't really speak on it.
You know what's crazy? Earthquakes under the ocean create tsunamis. And I think that Epstein had the earthquake under the ocean. And I think that the courts, if you go look at the courts, I just Googled it here, those documents are sealed because Epstein passed away. So there's no reason to use it. So the court sealed the documentation of the manifestos that were a part of the whole thing, of the whole narrative. However, rumored that some of our most famous people have been there. Jay-Z and R. Kelly did a video there on Epstein Island in 2013. Beyonce's been there, Bill Clinton.
That's the both worlds, yeah.
Chris Rock, Will Smith, Jada Smith, all these people have been there. And you mean to tell me all these girls walking around, these underage girls walking around, 12, 13 years old, serving these people butt naked, nobody noticed these are children? You're a fucking liar. Even when John McCain's wife said, we just never knew. We never knew that they were children slaves. You're a damn lie. All of you knew it, and all of you are a part of it, you lying bastards. All of them. And if they
sidebar is a motherfucker, that sidebar conversation is something different, ain't it?
Man,
that sidebar conversation is something different. It's the same way.
If they open that manifesto up, it's gonna be a lot of disappointed motherfuckers.
You talk to somebody about going over to Europe, go talk about going to Belgium or Germany. It's going to be a sidebar conversation that you're going to have with somebody.
Yeah,
you ain't gonna be talking about schnitzels and beer and Oktoberfest all the time with somebody. You gonna be talking about the real shit to go down over that way.
And guess what? Even Kevin Hart, I saw his little ass on his little show where he's sitting down drinking wine with people and shit. And he started running his motherfucking mouth too much with Jay-Z. He told me, yeah, man, because I got introduced to this door. And then when I went through this door, I seen some things I ain't never seen before. But they told me I had to wait to go through the other door. And they went right to commercial on his ass.
Yeah.
And he come right back and said, yeah, guy, let's go to something else, right? Because on commercial, Jay-Z probably told him shut the fuck up.
I said something. All right, let's go to
right. Even Kelly Clarkson. Kelly Clarkson was like, you know how much money they offer me to do certain things in Hollywood? And he was like, no. On camera, And she said, oh, you don't want me to say nothing? He said, Don't Google it.
Yeah, sidebar. You gonna have
shit. That. He told her shut the fuck up right on live camera. He said, We're not talking about that.
Shut your face.
So it is what it is, bro. But yeah, man. So let me ask this question. So let's get to the meat of the conversation because what we had some good conversation tonight. Thank y'all. Damn, getting to the bag. Should men choose family over the pursuit of the bag?
Yes.
And explain, Easy Money.
So, because I was able to get caught up on some of the conversation from earlier in the week, and I think that we get so caught up in this, chasing this mystical bag. When you think about the average person in America makes what, 50,000, and that's the average.
Yeah.
I believe for Black men it's like 42. For Black women it's 39. So if that's the case, then where are these mystical bags that we're chasing after, right? The other part of that,
legal or illegal?
Well, let's stick with legal.
Okay.
Since we're on the YouTube stream, I don't want your channel to get struck down.
Okay.
the other part of that, and the reason I said I wish I was on that panel is because I've been faced with that scenario of working 12, 13, 14 hours. Coming home to 3 kids under 3, a wife that's stressed out, and she's not working outside the home at that particular time. And she's like pleading with me, get a different job, do something else. You're not home, you don't spend time with us, yada 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 yada, so on and so forth. And a couple of things were revealed to me at that time. Of one, when we as men tell ourselves we're doing this for our families, that's BS. That's a cope. That's what we tell ourselves to feel better about what we're doing. When in reality, we would be doing the same thing if we didn't have this wife and this kid. We'd be working just as hard. Heck, we'd probably be working more hours if we didn't have the wife and the kids at the house. And the other thing that was revealed is you make time for what is important. And once you get enough experience, somebody will pay you for your mind to where you would be required to be at work less. And, ever since I left that job, I've, elevated and upgraded. And now I'm in a spot where I'm probably making the most money I've made. And I'm an 8 and skate guy now. I went from working, like I said, 12, 13, 14. Hell, in my last job, I was doing 16-hour days sometimes. And now I'm doing an 8 and skate, and I'm making way more money.
Tell us about the transition, brother. I mean, because if you came to this realization that you were spending too much time away from the kids, something had to give until you started making more money. So what was the transition? What did you have to give up?
So there was a few things that happened around that time. So one, I went to therapy because I was somebody who had my career wrapped up in my identity, and I was I was that guy. I was that career person. I was that money person, right? And that's how I saw myself, and that's how I lived. And in reality, that job doesn't make you who you are. You are who you are.
No, you're missing my point.
Well, that's why I said there's a couple of things. So just let me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I got you. No, it's all good. It's all good, RP. You cool. So that was one, right? I had to kind of figure out who I was and where I ended and where the career began. The other part of that was me applying for other jobs and getting out of that particular job. And I was at a point where I didn't even care about the money anymore because my quality of life was so bad. And it turned out I ended up, lucking up and getting a 20% increase going to my next job after that. So, and then the other part of that is delegating, knowing that the job is going to be there tomorrow. and just kind of reconfigure in my mind to where it's like the work isn't first, the family is first. Because there's so much that you miss when you're not around, when you're not home. You know, you end up missing your kids' first words, first steps. You know, you're missing time with your wife. Because typically when she was talking about, hey, you're spending too much time at work, it wasn't a thing where she wanted me to like walk away from my job to spend 40 hours a week with her. That's not what she's saying. But what she is saying is, hey, let's go out every once in a while, or let's watch a movie on the couch, or spend time with me washing dishes. You know, it's little things like that really made the difference. It wasn't these grand gestures of going to buy bags and stuff like that. It was really just modifying my life to where work wasn't number one.
See, let me ask you this though. Let me
just say this. So the transition, you had enough money saved until you found this other job? Was it instantaneous? Say you was working 16 hours to keep your house afloat.
Instantaneous. Instantaneous, Arpain. I don't quit jobs without having one lined up.
Okay. So let me ask you this then. You was a single provider, income, right?
At that time, yes. So
with that being said, you had no choice but to work that hard in order to maintain a certain level of income in the home, to have your wife have a certain. I assume that's your wife, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So your wife can have a certain level of comfortability to take care of the children at home and be able to be at home with the kids. Because if that wasn't the case, she could always get in there and do 20 hours, do 30 hours. Don't have to do a full-time job. She can always go get a part-time job, and I could have worked less hours. I could have, instead of doing 60, I could do 45.
So hey, just a couple of things just to provide some context. One, I'm a white collar guy, right? So like when I'm talking about 12 hours, 16 hours, it's largely due to the operation that I'm supporting, which requires me to be there either super early and or stay really late. And for that particular job, it was more of the culture of the place that I was working in and less about me just wanting to be there, right? Like I had convinced myself that this is what I wanted, because at that particular point I was making more money than I had ever made, and this is what my boss was doing. This is what my coworkers are doing. So I convinced myself that this is what I got to do. This has got to be my identity. And as I started going to therapy, and especially after I switched jobs, I'm like, I ain't got to work that hard. That's insane.
Well, the reason I'm saying is because if you're the sole provider for the family,
mm-hmm.
you're going to automatically, you might have to work longer hours in order to afford certain abilities, right? It may not, like you said, she may not be a materialistic type woman, but kids need certain things. You know, I don't know how old your kids are, but kids may eventually need braces, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those things cost. That's not a cheap ask. And your insurance not paying 100% for braces,
mm-hmm.
right? God forbid if you have any special needs kids, you know what I'm saying? Or when I say special needs, where they maybe have Down syndrome, are they wheelchair bound or something like that. Now they need special attention, not only from the parents, but also maybe a nurse maybe have to come in and work with them. You have situations like that. And now you're still doing this off this single income.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to require you to maybe put some overtime in, right?
Maybe
even take a part-time job.
Not necessarily, though, Hank. Not necessarily. So to your point about the medical piece, so my oldest has like these crazy allergies. He has asthma. I've been in ERs on a monthly basis and paying crazy amounts of money for that. To your point,
I'm talking about something like that. I'm talking about it to an extreme, like what I said. I don't know if you ever had anybody in your family with Down syndrome. I had a cousin who was autistic, and that's kind of rough to deal with, right? You have to really monitor them. You have to really be on top of them, right? Another family member has a child with Down syndrome. That's not easy, because it's not like when they turn 18, they can go off and maybe if they decide they want to go to a community college or college, that's not them. They could be with you all the way up to the end of their time, because they need that type of structure and monitoring and somebody to be with them on a regular basis. So that calls for someone to have some money and income. I understand what you're saying, allergies. You could kind of, what I'm saying, you could work around that. Something like that could be feasible and worked around, even with your, like you said, your 60 hours, your 40-hour job.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who's dealing with somebody who has a medical issue where they're wheelchair bound, you have to get that special vehicle in order to haul around this wheelchair and then offload them and all of that. Yeah, that takes a little bit more money. And again, sometimes insurances are not paid for. Your medical insurance may not cover everything.
So just real quick, because I know that's we're going into a bit of a sidebar with the medical stuff. Maxing out your HSA can help tremendously with that. If you max out your HSA, not only are you putting away, money that's not taxed, which lowers your taxable income, which means that you get a little bit more back at the end of the year when you go file your taxes if you pick up what I'm dropping.
Trying to explain that. That's like a flexible spending. That's what he's talking about.
So it's the opposite of flexible spending. It's a health savings account.
A stopgap, like what's that? Like Aflac insurance, something like that.
Kind of sort of like that, but basically it's money coming out of your check that you're putting into an account solely for medical expenses. Yes. And you can leave your job and keep that money and take it to the next one and continue to use it. So anytime that we've done like ER visits or like, heck, I went to the ER a couple years ago, paid it right out of the HSA.
But what I'm saying is you still have to make a certain amount because you're the sole provider. You understand what I'm saying? And so with that being said, you have a child with special needs.
Mm-hmm.
Again, unless you see them bills and them situations, they are costly. So
right.
I'm gonna get off of you. I'm gonna get on and talk about me.
Oh no, you can keep jumping. I'm cool, man. We good. We good.
Right, that's no need of doing that. So, like with me, I don't put my job over nobody in my family. I never have, never did. I always work things out. Even though I worked overtime at times, where once a month, I usually work, 48 hours instead of just 40. Usually once a month. That's what I end up doing. And for a while, when my son was younger, I used to bartend. You know what I'm saying? So did that, make cash money. So I'll probably make about 20,000 just doing that, just doing bartending. I would do that. Say I get off at 3:00, 5:30. I got to be somewhere and bartend. I'll go from 5:30 all the way up to 10:30. My ex-wife will be home taking care of my son, make sure she's good. You know what I'm saying? Our daughters was in the house. They will also assist and help out with monitoring and making sure my son was good. But the family had that understanding. Even though we both worked a 40-hour job, we had that understanding because we knew there were certain things that we wanted in a home. So we wanted a bigger home, right? We wasn't content on staying in this small 3-bedroom home. It just wasn't big enough for four people. You know what I'm saying? So we had to do 5 at the time. Well, let me get goddamn 5 at the time. Goddamn, I forgot how many kids we had. So for 5 people, so that a 3-bedroom wasn't going to be efficient for 5 people. You know what I'm saying? So the girls had to share a room. My son had his own room, but they kind of looked at him funny because like, why he get his own room at that young age? Well, he's a boy, and y'all girls, y'all can sleep in the same room, right? So we at the same time we kind of understood that. So we said, hey, let's go get a bigger home and go from there. So guess what? We had to save some money, you know what I'm saying, and provide a certain income. I'm the one, I'd rather come as much down payment as I can to make my house payment lower as possible. I don't like car payments. I wasn't that type of guy. So if I could pay everything off in cash, I was that guy. My wife bought into the plan. She was all for it, paying things off, buying things with cash. We're not for house payments. So I did what I had to do. If that means I had to work a second job and some weekends to provide to make sure we had a bigger home and do, that's what I did. But of course, I would never do it over my kids. I never missed none of my son's events, my daughter's events. No, because I had vacation time. I had personal time. I knew what I needed to do when certain events going on. You just have to know how to adjust and adapt. But some people don't, and like you said, some people are just workaholics. Well, then those are piss poor parents to me.
Yeah. Yeah, and to that point, like that particular job that I'm talking about, like my boss, she easily would start working at like 6 a.m, and she'd still be sending emails at 2 a.m. The woman barely slept, and she had a kid at home who she barely spent time with. And looking at that, I'm like, man, I ain't trying to be like that. And then I got more than one kid. I got 3 of them.
Yeah, and you know, so that's the fortunate thing about having a spouse.
Yeah, let me add something here, Hank.
You have that assistance and that help, because at the same time, there is also the thing about letting the kids know, hey, you know where daddy at. You will hope that the wife reinforces, well, daddy's doing this so we can get this bigger home, or daddy's doing this so we can pay off these bills and go on these certain vacations. We got a summer vacation come up, a family vacation. So we want to go Disney World. We need that money. We don't want to take that money out of, paying our bills. So in order to do that, you got to maybe work an extra hour or two at work if that's what needs to happen. So you don't want to cut into your personal into your bills. So there's little things like that some people have to do, especially if they a single income household. So, well, go ahead, Arpain. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the point is this balance, right? And sometimes you get out of balance. And if you can't correct the balance by conversation, you do something like what Easy had to do, right? So, because it would maybe been too much. Like me, I had to travel all the time. I was on a program for the government where I was traveling across the country every other week, So I was out of there, but I had to talk to my daughters. One, I took the tennis lessons, so when I was home, I did that with her. The other one had guitar lessons. So I was involved with those things when I was there, but I was going for like weeks at a time. I was going to get out of that job because my wife didn't have to work that much, so I was going to keep the job, right? So there was nothing, I got promoted up the ranks, but I still had to get on a plane and go, just go. And so there had to be conversation, because I do agree that the time you spend with your kids has to be best. Your efficiency has to go up if your time can. And if you're not doing that, then that's a problem, right? But sometimes you can't. Sometimes if you can't strike that balance, even with the conversation, then you might have to do something like Easy Money had to do. So
And even in your situation, Arpain, to kind of piggyback off of that, like if you're traveling like that and you got a trip coming up, why don't you be like, hey baby, let's go get breakfast before my flight and kind of kick it, or let's do something overnight before I go out of town or something like that. It's the little stuff like that that makes a difference.
Okay, here's what I did, right? All the points I did, me and the wife, we took a flight to Hawaii. Right, so we got on we went first class in those pods, and 11 hours out there. They treated us like kings and queens. So that's what I did, to compensate. It was one of the bucket list things. So, so I did all this work. I got all these points. Now we could fly to Hawaii and hang out.
Yep.
That kind of stuff. So, and so that's it. I mean, so it is a balance in the end. It's the balance. But the one thing I can't and I know you ain't saying this, Easy. Sometimes, the women could want more and it sounds like they might not appreciate the shit that you're doing. Right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying your wife did that. My wife didn't do that. But sometimes they say, well, I need you to spend quality time and I need you to keep my lifestyle the same.
You know what I
experienced though, Arpain?
Huh?
Why can't we do both?
Well, I mean, but I'm saying everybody doesn't have the opportunity to upgrade the job like that, though, without a transition. Right? Sometimes you said you were more intellectual in your job, but if you're a laborer, it ain't that easy.
Right.
If you're, you know what I'm saying? If you're a blue collar guy and you got to lift bricks and all that shit, and you got to do 18 hours to make ends meet because your wife wants some kind of lifestyle, it doesn't have to be extravagant. To pull back to give her more time, something else has to give on the other end.
Well, what type of lifestyle are we?
Sometimes them 40-hour jobs, you don't have to be 18 hours a day. Sometimes them 40 hours alone could just tear a man down. I mean, just depending on your job.
Yeah, but you see what I'm going,
the wear and tear.
Yeah. So it's like I said, it's still a balance, but sometimes when it's not bad for a woman to want more time for you to spend with her and the kids. There's nothing wrong with that. as long as she understands that if I do that, something else may have to give until I can compensate.
You know what I pretty much I experience is that I don't know. It's just been around women that actually they help to innovate. You know what I'm saying? When
Okay.
they know that they want something out of life, they know exactly where you are at in life. They know where they're at in life. They know what collectively what we need to accomplish. The woman that I'm with right now, she sees that okay, we want a bigger house. We need, and my thing is that when we communicate with each other, and you guys already touched on this, but that communication, man, that shit is so it's just it's needed so much when this is the whole thing about what marriage is about. When it comes down to getting the bag, I hate that whole term, getting the bag. That shit is bullshit.
Thanks to Anton Daniel.
Because it listen, the conversation started out with Easy and Hink talking about certain things. One of the things Easy was talking about was understanding what what you have available to you, right? That I didn't know when I was younger all the things I had available to me when it comes down to health, medical health, when it comes down to escrowing money into my home, understanding how to use my home as my own escrow in my own bank, how to how to have all these things that's available for us. It's not just cash money. That liquid shit can get you in trouble when you sitting here trying to use cash. That's why it's important for us to understand what credit is about. It's important for us to understand what banking is actually about. How we can sit back and we can say, okay, I can use other people's money. I can pay it off. These are the things I go. The problem that we have in America is that too many people are living so far above their means where they think that they don't have an out. There's so many things that's available to us, man. When it comes down to it, we don't sit back and we don't look. That's one of the things I really appreciate my woman that I'm with now, my future wife that I'm with now, because she at least, when I'm talking to her, she's out there doing research already. She's like, I'm already there. Because she understands where it is when it comes down to what it is that I have knowledge in and what I don't. She appreciate my knowledge, but at the same time, I'm telling you, I've been fixing on my damn house for about 2 months, been planning on it. I figured out how to get the money. She figured out how to get the discounts and all kind of other shit. We working and we communicating with each other. We're not looking at each other like, what can you contribute? What you bring to the table? All these crazy ass things. So when it comes down to me, if I have to go out there and I got to work, like he was saying, if I got to work some extra hours, and I still do it because I want to live under, you know what I'm saying, under the means that when it comes down. Is that the right thing to say, under my means?
Yes. Let me say something, JT.
Right. So that's one of the things. I'm learning how to cut back.
Try to hurt him, shut his ass down. You think
no, because let me say something. What JT is saying,
right.
No, let me say something here. What JT is saying, I had to agree with him, but this is what you need to understand. Your woman is like one of the anatomy out here, because this is something I was trying to explain to people for over 30 years. You got people in careers whereby it requires a lot of labor. Just mentioned earlier, people who work in construction, people who work in the plumbing, people who work on oil rigs, some area in IT. Before I got my full-time salary job, I was doing contract work. It required me replacing hundreds or thousands of computers from one building to another building, swapping the machine out with a lot of labor, but it drained you out. But here, what I noticed, what he just mentioned, his woman did the research. That's similar to what Black Men Unfiltered grandma did. When her husband was out there working in the oil rigs, she took the time out, research what can do with the money, how to flip the money and bring in more money coming in. That's like what you call the Proverbs 31 woman. Today's generation of women are not taught that anymore. If you think about it, they're not thinking, okay, if you have a hardworking brother in your life who's consistent bringing the money, why don't you Take the time out while you're at home. Do your research. Figure out the money language called money IQ. What can you do with the money bringing in that you can make the money work for you, telling you working hard for the money? How many women sit down and do the homework so they can lighten the load of their man they're with instead of, oh, why don't you find time for me? That is something I got completely irritated because I watched my culture where they were doing that. They were teaching young women how to work with their husband, with their man. See how you can lighten the load, make it easier for him instead of burning himself out to the point where by the time he wants to retire or relax, he body shut down and he just because he haven't found time to take care of himself. That was something I was trying to push out throughout last year and this year, but sometimes it seems to me that a lot of women don't want to hear it because one, JT, Black men of Philip Mandel, he died trying to do the same thing with the young male, connect the gap. It's not so. Today's women ain't trying to hear jack from the elders who got it done properly. Ain't trying to hear shit from anyone whoever they not only be their helpmate to their spouse, or make what they had would look so little to become so big. That is the number one problem within the Black community. Oh, you don't spend enough on working too long. If you're working too long, what can you do to lighten his load? You're not working just for the sake of working for himself. You're working to make sure that there's roof over your head, there's food in the fridge, the bills are paid off, you got money saved to do something else. But if he only doing so much, he don't have time. How many guys who have labor jobs find the time to do research on the side about money IQ or money literacy if they have to turn after you're so physically drained?
That's because
no,
to most people,
know about that.
To most people, money is when you start talking about the brass tacks of money, it's boring to a lot of people, and that's the craziest part about it. You're gonna have to fight through that boringness. But it's not boring.
But it's not.
It ain't boring when your ass find out how much money that you can save, how much money that you can make.
I'm saying it's not boring when
your money can make.
It's not boring when you get a Chanel bag. It's not boring when you go to Bali. It's not boring when you go to Miami. Make it make sense to me. Because this is what I realized when I hate to say the different notes out of me. A lot of modern Black women sound like airhead jackass.
You know how you can shut a lot of them motherfuckers up? You ask them, how many of y'all got at least $1,000 in your savings account? How many of you guys save? How many of you guys not just invest?
That's not the S word they want.
But how many of you guys literally have insurance? Not just some bullshit insurance. I'm talking about some real insurance. You'll be amazed at how many people that don't have that, especially when it comes down to. I remember just when I was in the military, one of the things, and I love the military for this. We had financial classes and stuff like that in a couple of places that I was in, and one of the things I heard that was just basic: pay yourself. Pay yourself. You paying taxes, you paying all these other things, you giving everybody else money. Why don't you just pay yourself? Start out with $20 a month, $20 every 2 weeks, $20 every payday.
Feed the pig.
Start at that level, and then you can go to advanced levels. What we have now is a bunch of people.
Shout out to Dave Ramsey.
Yeah, absolutely. What we have today is a bunch of people sitting back talking about investing money that you ain't even fucking got. That makes no fucking sense.
JT, let me tell you why. Here a African parable that has been passed down for multiple generations in my country. It's very simple, but when you hear it over, you start to realize they say, cut your shirt according to your size. That is the age-old African parable. They say, cut your shirt according to your size. Young people not understand that.
You cut your shirt to your size?
I don't think he did, Hank.
I don't think he needs to cut his shirt at all.
Right.
Hey, don't stop right now. I heard you wrote this. Like,
that what you did, Blake David? Did you cut your shirt?
High chair.
Look, I got plenty of ammo for you Africans, man. Listen, I just got off the phone with a couple of homies from the Army, man. Look, the stuff y'all got going on over there today, I got plenty of jokes.
Well,
I know you have plenty. I got plenty for you.
I'll see y'all later, man.
Yeah,
all right.
All right. Have a good one.
Take care, man, Dre.
You're wrong for that. You're wrong for that. What I'm trying to say, it's like live according to your mean. That's what I was taught. When you say cut your choke to your side, that means don't live above your mean. Don't live beyond your mean.
Like David, I'll take you even further. Live below your means.
Below it.
That's how I'm rolling. Man, I roll around here like I'm the poorest motherfucker out here. But I'm not no flashy dude. I live below my means. I do. That's just what I do. But people don't know what I got. I don't sit there and put it out there. I got 2 houses that I rent out. My first home and a home I inherited. And I live in a 3rd house. I don't tell nobody that, but it's like, because I don't do that. But
I live in New York
because
City.
I make smart investments. I'm cheap as hell. I tell my ex-wife, you say, you so cheap, you damn right. And I don't give a damn if anybody know. I tell you, I'm cheap as hell. I always find a way how to invest. Look, man, my ex-wife is an HR manager. And some of the things I would hear, these kids would invest in their 401ks when they had the opportunity. They don't, matter of fact, they don't even want medical insurance.
Right.
Health insurance. None of that. Why? Because they want all the money they can. All the money they can. I said, that's cool. As long as the parents are covered under the insurance. Well, someone was. But I said, why don't they find out the price of what they will pay in medical insurance and invest that money? Invest that money into your 401k.
And they talk about getting to the bag. That's what I don't understand, Hank.
Yep.
Getting to the bag. What the
I'm
fuck
talking
is that?
about their medical insurance was $250 a month. Could you imagine from age 21 to 26?
Hold on. Say it again.
You deposit $250 a month into a 401k, where you will probably be at right now.
Hank.
Man,
Hank. MRI is $1,200. An MRI is $1,200.
JT, so to that point, right? This is why I talk about the HSA hack. So to your point, max out your 401k, get the company match, get vested, and then if you also max out your HSA, and let's say you don't go to the doctor at all for a year, that's $7,000 that's in your account over that year. And then on top of that, you can invest your HSA money, and it can grow.
Eddie money, I hear you saying, but Hank, I want you to hear this out.
Not every company has, though.
Hank, I want you to hear it out. Hank, hear it out. You say it only costs $250, right, a month. Ain't that the same price for a Jordan that people have to line up behind Foot Locker just to pay for to get a couple of
180 is between 180 and 350. Yes.
Okay, then. So what's wrong is spending $250 a month for health insurance, but you can take $200, $300, $400 to line up.
Listen what I'm saying, David. If they're on the parents' family plan, they got all the way up to the age of 26 to be covered under the medical insurance.
Yes, sir.
Use that money that you was going to or supposed to be paying in your medical insurance at your current company. Invest that money into a 401k. That's what I'm saying. You do that every month.
And it grows so fast, bro. A lot of people don't understand how fast it grows. That shit grows fast.
But JT, you don't want to hear this? No, hold on, JT. JT, I live in New York City. The lifestyle is all about the flash.
I told you.
People thought I had no money because I wasn't flashy about it. If I'm working my ass off, I dress up like a poor broke man on purpose for the sake of not to draw no attention, not to want to chase me down and see if I got money or not. Because my mentor, he told me this though. His whole outfit used to be worth less than $30. He working all type of side end gig whatsoever. This back in what, 1998, 1999. He brought me to his bank where he keep all his money out, right? So he went to the ATM machine to draw out some money and he showed me his receipt. This dude had about, you're not gonna believe this, in his mid-20s, $98,000 plus in his bank account while he was going to college. He paid off his mother and father rent. And he asked me, how many people you know in my age able to have this X amount of money in his bank account? I was blown away. I was like, how you do it? He working like 3 to 4 part-time jobs, mind you, for a good couple of years, but he's able to save up to $98,000 plus. And he paying out of his his own pocket for university. He ain't get no assistant, no nothing, no scholarship, no nothing. He paid everything in full, or he able to have plenty of money in the bank. How many young people can think like that? Like you say, live below your means, like Hank just said, but not trying to be all flashy, be downtown Brooklyn, line up before the latest edition of Jordan, to stock their crib, and they have like 30, 40 boxes of kicks.
David,
like,
here's the issue. The issue is that we don't teach the youth, and we don't teach our kids how to delay gratification. That's the biggest issue. Is that when you invest money, there's a period of time where you're not necessarily going to see immediate returns, right? So when I first started investing in the stock market, I lost money. I actually lost money to start with. I lost quite a bit of money to when I first started. We don't teach, and I certainly never taught that you have to stick with it, right? So I invested in Tesla. If you guys want to ever go back and go look at the graph and the charts of Tesla, Tesla was headed towards failure at the very beginning. The stock was in a toilet for a while, and then it sort of came back around, and then there was an explosion circa 2018, right around that time, and then going forward, right? Had I pulled out and quit then, I would have lost a lot of money. We don't teach kids that it's not going to be tomorrow. When I hear getting to the bag, I hear fast money. That's what I hear. When I hear somebody say, I'm trying to get to the bag, I just hear you just trying to get the money as quickly as possible. I typically hear, strippers, OnlyFans girls, drug dealers, entertainers. They talk about getting to the bag. But for those of us who have actually had to invest our money, we know it could take a lifetime. It could take a lifetime to make the type of money that you really want. It doesn't really truly move that fast. Even me as an IPO investor, where I'm investing in companies that are going public, it doesn't move as fast as you want it to. So I think one of the biggest thing that we have to teach, and one of the things I teach my son is, it's not going to happen overnight, and you have to stick with it. You keep studying, you keep reading, you keep challenging yourself to learn more about the companies. I do a lot of research on research development companies to see what they're working on. What are they hiding, and they're not telling anybody that they're working on, that they're going to bring to the forefront later on. Because that's how I choose my IPOs to invest in. But delaying gratification is one of the biggest things that we have to teach youth. When I mentor kids, black boys between the ages of 10 and 18 on Mondays. And we talk about the stock market, and I talk a lot to them about being patient. You have to be patient. You're not going to get this is not a flip. You're not going, you're not going to run this uptown and get paid for it when you get back. That's not how this works. It doesn't work that way. It takes a little while for these things to sort of evolve and become what you think they are. But I will say this: when I started investing in dividend stocks, when that snowball picks up, it picks up, and it goes fast when it picks up. And that's how I was able to shut it down at 35 years old. My daughter's mom always thought she made more money than me because on paper, she worked more than I did. She worked more overtime. We had the same job. We made the same amount of money. We joined the academy at the same time. So on paper, she always thought, I make more money than him. She never made more money than me because I had investments and I had dividend stocks. I was always getting paid every month off of the money that I had. We have to start teaching our children to make your money work harder for you than you work for it. And that starts young. That starts very, very young. And
I'm glad you did that trade.
Once you start them off young, and they can tap into compound interest. And the number one element of compound interest is time. You need time for that to work. Go ahead, Black David.
It's a joke. I'm glad you mentioned that because if anybody remember Blockbuster was one of the biggest things out here in the hood. Whereby you go and rent your DVD, you can pick up a DVD and go back.
I used to work at Blockbuster.
No, but here's the thing. When Netflix first started, I was breaking down the science behind what Netflix was doing, but I didn't have the money. I wish I had invested in Netflix when it first started off. Because everybody was making, Netflix a waste of time.
We all did. Shit, we all did.
But here's the thing. I knew what it was because for me being a science nerd and understanding the science behind what they were doing, I was telling people Netflix going to beat Blockbuster. Everybody was cursing me out in my neighborhood.
Why didn't you put your money together with your people?
Had the money. I was working at that time. I understand that. Two, I was going through some financial situation. You're not gonna believe I beat myself up for that for many years because of that. Because that could have been my out. Because when the same way when Netflix was coming, I'm the one doing the same exact thing. No one believe I'm not going to make it because guess what? At the time you think they'll offer you a job to scan book. I could have taken that job to scan books. I did that for another bank. I forgot what the name of it though. That went into legal issue. But what I remember what paying people to do is take a bunch of books and you scan it, and you'll pay you good money for it. But what they ask other people expect, but they also give you the option to invest in their company. They started on the same time Microsoft started. You won't believe what they were doing. Look, fast forward to now, Amazon is one of the biggest major corporations to this day. Netflix, I hate to say that, Netflix is forcing people to go broke on a corporate level. Let me explain why. Paramount. Why did Paramount have to sell BET and VH1? Because they're losing in the streaming game. Why did CNN have to shut down their streaming platform? Because they wouldn't make a lot of money. Why is Disney confused? They claim they're making money, but they're actually making a loss. My job, what I do for a living, I read these information, I look at these news and see who's losing, who's winning. Netflix is killing everybody in the streaming game all across the globe. No one could not compete with Netflix because they were ahead of everybody. I'm talking about streaming. How long did they streaming before everybody started to jump into it? Well, 7, 8 years or so, almost 10 years. Now everybody want to jump into the market, but Netflix built their infrastructure slow and steady to the point whereby they're a global conglomerate. You cannot touch Netflix. They want to pull your show off their platform.
They got a 10-year jump start on everybody else.
Bingo. So imagine they force a company to sell what access they have just to compete, but it's still going broke. Because that's not their lane. They didn't take the time out to look into it, how Netflix got. They didn't want to rush into it. So imagine all the black fellows making fun of you and you were able to invest in that one first before everybody else. That's what I'm trying to tell people. People want to see the flash. New York City is all about flossing it. Get the latest jam, get the latest kick, get the latest outfit. You spend $400 on a shirt. Like, you serious? I'll tell my uncle
but
back
even
in the country. They think I
like
was
David,
stupid when I heard that.
even through that, there's a way to look flashy and not make it cost. There's a way to do it. I've watched women do it all the time. They will buy shoes, expensive shoes, maybe wear them once or twice and then sell them. And they have like a whole system that they work it out. And I've seen women actually come out on the positive side of that. They actually know what they're doing. There's a way to actually do it. The problem is that I don't think that we pass down the business acumen to the children to get them to understand how to do it properly. We don't teach them how to do it properly. There's a way you can be flashy. Like for instance, we see a lot of these entertainers with all this jewelry on and these clothes. That's all taxable stuff. That's all they can write all of that crap off. It's all a part of the business. It's all a part of the image. A lot of that stuff, first of all, isn't even theirs. It's rented. And then what isn't rented, they can write off on their taxes. We don't teach our kids the game. And I think that bothers me a little bit. When I start to break these things down to the kids on Monday, they look at me like I'm crazy. Like a lot of them still to this day think that the cars in the videos are actually the cars of the actual rappers. I have to explain it to them like that's not his car. It was rented for the video, and it's a tax write-off for the business. That the business rented the video, but to you it makes it, there's a lot of things we have to teach them, because if we allow the TV and the social media to do it for us, they're just gonna lead them astray.
But here's the problem. It's not that you couldn't teach them. If you were trying to teach them, many of them think it's boring, it's not cool, it's not fun to get into it. It's not worth getting into this. So don't make it boring. I mean, even when I teach stocks on Monday, I have to find a way to not. It is boring. You know how many times I fell asleep reading Warren Buffett's book? Fell just right into the book. It's boring. Reading balance statements and debt and it's boring. It's a bunch of numbers and charts. It is boring unless you just have an affinity. You just love this stuff. But for the normal everyday person, there's nothing exciting about watching a ticker do like this for 8 hours. There's nothing exciting about that. We have to find a way to make it fun for the youth, and we know that their attention span is that. We know it's that. So we have to work a little bit hard. This is the time where I say, as adults, we need to be more creative and do it. I have the kids playing games. I have them running around the street and asking people what their favorite stock is, and then the person gives them the stock. They come back and research the stock. I make it exciting for them, and then I also incentivize. There's, kids like money. So I'll incentivize it. Hey, I got $20 for.
Well, I got $20 for. There's a couple things here. We've been learning about finance ever since we've been playing the game of Monopoly. It's been telling
Yes,
us
sir.
right there what it's all about.
Absolutely.
We just recognize it at time, but they was telling us right then and there. Rent,
four
house
greenhouse,
buying
one red hotel,
building new houses, buying property, paying fees and fines and all of that. It told us that in Monopoly. But let me get to what I was going to say. When I do with my son been in a finance business class for 2 years now. It was the second year before he graduated. I encourage him to take another one when he gets to college. Why? Easy A, because you already know most of the information they're going to teach you. Why not increase your GPA, get an easy A in financing, and guess what? You also might learn something new.
Yes,
get that easy A. But one of the things I would do with him, like Trey said, I would play games. I said, son, well, Hank, what do you want to be when you grow up? So he tell me what he want to be. So we go look up the salary. Okay, buddy, where would you like to live? What city would you like to live? Live here in the state, or would you like to live in that? What state would you like? And so we'll look at what it is for, say, apartment. I said, maybe you might want to start off apartment first, maybe just a bit to be creative, or maybe you want to go straight in buy out. I don't know, but let's start off with apartment, right? How many bedrooms do you want your apartment? And these are games that I play with them. I said, well, son, you need to make this amount of money in order to have this type of car that you want, in order to have this type of living lifestyle, apartment you want to live in, this type of living to live in the state and the neighborhood you want to live in. You need to make this money. So what you going to do in order to get that money? But what if because we look up his career, your career only pays you this much. What are you going to do? Are you going to get some more training so you can increase your money and your revenue, your career, or are you going to get a second job? What are you going to do? Now, when you get married, are you going to get married? Are you going to have kids, right? Okay, guess what? It's going to take money. All that's going to take money. So that's me teaching about finances when he's really not even realized he's learned about finances.
Hank, what you just said, what you just said is intrinsic to what the title is. Damn, get into the bag. Should men choose family over the pursuit of the bag? See, the pursuit of the bag is the problem. Pursuit is the word. At the end of the day, family is the bag. What you just said, I had this same conversation with my mother, and I was telling her the conversations I was having with my grown daughters. I asked them questions. Our conversation has to be more of a volley. You know what I'm saying? What messes a lot of parents up is that they're just telling their children based off of their anecdotal experience, and they're not asking the question like what you just was saying. Where do you want to live? How do you want to get that? How do you think that you got to get that bag? How do you think that you're going to get that living? Do you want to be married? That's the number one question right there. Do you want to be married? Yeah, you ain't got a lot of time at this. Do you want to be married? If the answer is yes, okay, let's have the discussion. Let's figure it out together, because what I went through may not be what you've been through. So let's talk about this. Let's have the conversation about it. That's how it's going to be. Damn being fun. It got to be interesting. At the end of the day, it has to be interesting. One of the things about in the so-called Black community, what we've been taught and what a lot of us are teaching our children is survival. When are you going to live? Because the pursuit of the bag is still this whole thing of survival. We gotta sit back, listen to the women when they talk. They talk about being independent. You know how hard it is being independent versus being in a relationship? It's way more harder being independent than it is being in a relationship. So what are we talking about then? If we're talking about accumulating wealth, and wealth doesn't always have to mean that I got $100 million. Wealth can just mean that shit, I made $50,000 a year, right? I might have made that pretty much from the age of 45 until I died. But I also have a home that I can also transition. I also have, different accounts and all these different things. My net worth can be something different than what we talking about. $50,000 a year that I make, but that doesn't talk about my net worth. What are we talking about here? So when we talking to the young folks, and I say this on every panel I go, who are we talking to? Because if we just talking to a bunch of 40 and 50-year-olds, then we just preaching to the choir. Who are we trying to get this message to? You said it, you hit the nail on the head.
I'm glad you're saying it, JT, Hank. I'm glad you are saying it because I've been having a conversation with my son and my daughter at an early age. My son is 13. My daughter just turned 11 the day before yesterday, about to the past recently. And I sit down every other day and ask questions. I call them out. If you're doing this X, Y, and Z for so long, you're playing games too much, you're not reading, you're not researching, you're not building your craft. What do you expect your life going to be in the future? What kind of job? I asked my daughter, what kind of career she want to do? She said she want to be an artist, a dancer, or a singer. She said that's her 3 plans. I said, those 3 plans are almost potential dead end because first and foremost, not everybody make it. I had to break down the process behind it. Some people go to the college or the campus for major in art, or they major in singing, or they major in dancing. Now, when you do that, what other jobs available outside that require you to pay you the money for what you're studying? I had to break it down for her from the science of it to what you're gonna have to do. I mean, you live in almost a loser lifestyle because for one, Manhattan, this is known for people working in a restaurant who are aspiring actor, aspiring Broadway writer, aspiring X, Y, and Z. But since they didn't make it, they work in a restaurant day in, day out, 7 days a week, never get a break, right? They make the money off tips. My younger brother used to work in a 5-star restaurant called the Fresco Grill, and he tell me how many people he see working in there. If they don't get a gig, they have to work that thing year in, year out to pay their bill. And most of them move out here to New York City because that's probably the place to make it big. If you don't make it big, then what? I explained to her, you got to be careful with your children because it look like smoking mirror. Yeah, but how many competitions you got to go to until you make it? Are you perfecting? Are you working on your craft? Are you shining it? Are you prepping yourself up?
But even if you make it,
well, most of them don't. Most of them don't make it. Let's be honest.
Right. But if they do, can you maintain it?
Right.
I'm glad you said that. I brought that one up to her. I make it super clear. I say first and foremost, I will not advise you to set yourself up for failure because you say you have 3 plans, and 3 plans is 3 potential dead end. That don't make no.
Based off of what? The scale of probabilities.
Bingo.
I want to tell y'all something real quick. Like the pandemic was actually like a sort of like a blessing in disguise for me and my son because obviously he still had school and he wound up coming to stay with me the entire time during the pandemic. And this was an opportunity for me to kind of really stamp and then put my imprint on him because he was with me every single day for months. And one of the things that I had him doing was I had him use the money that he had been making, whether he was doing chores around the house or whatever the case may be, and use that money to invest his money. And I had him buy stocks on things that he understood. So he wore Nike clothes. Yes, you can get I don't know if you guys know, but you can get your child a custodial account. So it's in your name, but it's for the child. When the child turns 18, it becomes their account. So I got him a custodial brokerage account. And I had him buy stocks for things that he understood. So he wears Nike clothes, so he had to buy Nike stocks. He plays video games, so he had to buy Activision. Activision is the company that makes the video games. One of the coolest things in the world to see is to have your son come in the first thing in the morning, and he's telling you whether or not the stock went up or down on his board because he's keeping track of it. Hey, Dad, Nike's up today. Hey, Dad, Nike's down today. And I'm trying to get him to understand how important it is to invest your money early. And then from there, like Hank said, we play Monopoly all the way. And Monopoly's cutthroat in my family. We go hard. Like Monopoly's a big deal. Like and I play by the rules, like no money under free parking and shit like that. Like we play Monopoly can turn into a fight in my family. Seriously, it's that serious. And so my son is understanding that. So the whole 4 houses, 1 red hotel. I've had to teach, and I use the game of Monopoly to teach my son delayed gratification because when he first started playing, every property he landed on, he bought it, and he would run out of money and he would lose every single time. Every time he would lose.
Donald Trump. That's the Donald Trump.
Yeah. And then he want to borrow money. He want to do all types of stuff. And I'm like, that's not so. But he eventually, as he got older, he got better. But what I loved about that time, that pandemic time, is I got to stamp that every day. So every morning, he sees me drinking my coffee. He sees me watching, CNBC. He sees me watching stock. He sees, like, he can see me doing this every single day. So he's getting that. He's getting that good stuff that he's seeing me do it. So okay, if Dad's doing it, then I can do it too. And I'm telling you, man, one of the coolest things in the world was to watch him come in there and say, "Dad, what's going on with Nike? Nike's down 30 cents this morning." And then he's getting on his laptop and he's Googling Nike to try to figure out what's going on with Nike. And I'm trying to build these good habits now at 13, so that by the time he's in his 20s, he knows how to do this with his money. He doesn't need me. You know what I mean? And I think this is something that I think we can start this. Like Hank said, this. We do start it because we are playing these games, but I think we can actually start it a little bit early with this financial education with our kids, because they are receptive to it. They are receptive to it.
Hey, gentlemen, I got to roll, but this is a good conversation, because I did that with my daughters once they started working. They had their jobs, but I set them up. Instead of paying rent when they came back from college, we started. They had funds left in their brokerage accounts. And we have like a quarterly meetings to go over their portfolios and stuff. And they're doing pretty good. Ups and downs, with dollar cost average, dividend stocks, the whole 9 yards. So
that's dope.
That's we're on the right track. But we just need to get more Black people less risk averse. And
I'm glad what Trey said, because what Trey was saying is something I'm trying to teach my kid.
Exactly. And think about it, RP. I talked about this on my show. I had a financial literacy show, man, and then I talked about it, man, for damn near 3 hours. I had me and 3 other guys talking about it. One of the things, man, what people don't realize, you need to invest in the 401ks. If your company offers 457, invest in that. If you offer 457 Roth, really 457 Roth is the best out of all 3 of them. Really, you get the most for your money. But again, not every company does it, so you might have to go to an independent broker. So be it. Now, I would encourage anybody, pay yourself by paying a percentage if you can afford it. Don't pay a dollar amount. Pay a percentage. So every time you get a raise, it's automatically go up. It means I don't have to go in there and change the dollar amount every year. Because guess what?
So let me add to that, Hank, real quick. I got a split for my kids. Right, I did this thing. Right, they got a brokerage account. Each one of them have a Roth IRA, and then they invest in their 401k plan at work. Percentage wise, 10, 11, 12%, and that's it. And so they've got those things going. They put the $6,000 in a Roth every year, and they feed their brokerage account. And we just, move it here and there in their brokerage accounts. In the Roth, they have some dividend stocks, drip programs for the dividend stock, and it's just rolling, man. It's just rolling, and of course we have some downturns. It's probably going to be a flat summer, but that doesn't matter because they keep feeding it, and they're young. My youngest is 24.
I don't even look. I'm to the point. I don't even look at the statements no goddamn more. Right. I say fuck, because they ain't gonna do but piss me off. I don't even
I did the same thing.
I get the emails, I acknowledge them, and I delete them because I know it ain't gonna do but piss me off.
Gentlemen, let me roll. Hey, man, it's good conversation. Right. We'll talk. All right,
on. But let me tell you guys this. I don't know how much money y'all got. If y'all right now at Fifth Third, they got a market savings account that offer up to 44.7%. 4.7. If you at least minimum putting $25,000 in, you could get up to 4.7.
Wow,
that's great. So, like right now, I got a certain amount of money. I'm getting that full 4 points. I think like with 25,000 is 4%. With 50,000, it's 4.7, and anything higher, the percentage don't stay the same. Now this is going to stay the same. It's going to stay the percentage all the way up to January. Now, come January, it's going to. We don't know. We don't know what the market's going to be.
Don't know what it's going to do. Yeah.
But right now, for these next 6 months, those are good percentage.
Yeah.
I'm projected to make about about $8,000, just letting my money sit in there on interest.
Let me tell you that I'm glad I'm hearing this right now because my present job is my first real.
If you got a Fifth Third in your state, I encourage you to look into that.
I won't look into it, but let me tell you this. This present job I have right now is the first salary job I had in years ago. All my job was contract. I was a contract worker, which means I only get paid the hours I work. And every agency I've worked for, they never really provided 401k. So I'm kind of late in the game because at the time I was working my ass with hope to pay off the bills, keep roof over my head, and make everything was done in my household. Now I'm in the place where I am 2 years in already, which you can see my LinkedIn profile because I don't hide that. I'm trying to teach my kids to make sure they don't go through what I go through. What you guys are saying, you Hank, Trey, come on, JT, y'all drop it beyond gem. But I don't think people understand it. But you know, realize what the knowledge you're giving right now is how Black Wall Street really started in the first place, how to invest the money, and people don't want to hear how Black Wall Street got there, but they want to bring it back, but they're not putting the work to get there. This is why I got irritated. My mom and my pop never teach me money literacy. I learned that from my uncle when I was living in Nigeria. Living in Nigeria, I had 2 multi-millionaires. They understand money more than anybody else, and they got there because they used it now to require. When I bring these ideas to my mom and my dad, I get cursed out because they tell me I don't know what I'm talking about because I learned it from my uncle, just lived with them for 7 years, and they showed me the game. And I'm bringing to them like, why don't you do X, Y, and Z? They bless me up. That's what I start to realize. This is something a systemic issue among our people, especially out here in the U.S. People don't want to know the knowledge that will bring them
what they don't have, though, David.
Yeah,
you can't teach them what they don't have. Some people just don't have the wherewithal. Some people just don't have the knowledge. So what are you supposed to do? So like when I was in college, I went with one of my teammates. He's from Arkansas. His dad's a home loan officer. He's the ones that approves all the home loans, right? One of the things he taught me, he said, the average age for a white person to buy a first home is 25. Average age for a Black person to buy their first home is 30. I said, oh, you just bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about. He was right. I went home and asked my uncle. My uncle didn't buy his first home until he was 35. Now, my dad got his first home when he was 27, but he was in the military. So he got that VA loan. So
that was me.
He was able to get there early. So that was a benefit for him. But all the rest of my family, they was 30 plus before they got their first home. Yeah. Oh my God, damn. I didn't think it was true, but he was right. So with me, I got my first got my first home in 2027. When I got my first home. Got my next home when I was 35. That's what I did. I mean, but people don't think about that.
I'm glad you're saying this, Hank.
I said, why are you paying rent why are you paying somebody else's house payment? When you paying rent, you're paying somebody else's house payment. That's exactly what
that shit. Don't it hurt, man? When you really think about that, you're not only just paying their house payment, you're probably paying their insurance and the damn taxes too on the damn house. That's why I know in Michigan right now, man, these houses went sky high. My house, when I looked at my value right now, man, I'm looking like, wow, my shit went up like probably 65% from when I bought it, and I'm like, this is crazy. It's weird how a lot of people just don't understand exactly what they have in their hands. You got people that own houses right now that have probably never used their home for anything. When somebody say a homeowner is something different than a renter, man, I really understand it because I understand the benefits that you have for it. I'm also a vet. So at the end of the day, I had to look at what my benefits as a vet was. I'm also a government worker. I had to look at my benefits for that. And it's still a bunch of stuff that I still haven't discovered yet. But what I'm saying is that you have people that don't even understand what they have right in the palm of their hands, just for the simple fact that they think that everything is liquid. It's not liquid. When you have young folks that are working and they go from one job to the next job to the next job, you ask them, well, what is your plans? I want to be an entrepreneur. Damn that entrepreneur shit. You can be banking what you need to be banking when you working. You got to stay. How the fuck you gonna be able to stay committed to being a business owner if you can't even be committed to being a goddamn employee? It baffles the hell out of me. It's way harder to be a damn entrepreneur than it is to be an employee, because you can leave. If your job says that you work from 8:30 to 5 o'clock, your ass can get the hell up out of there. But if you own a business, ain't no telling when you get the hell up out of there. A lot of them don't understand it, and I'm like, damn, did it? It's like I'm wondering if we can get to a point where we can mend this whole thing that's happening right now. Right now, just listening and observing on how the world is right now, it's very difficult for me to sit back and say, yeah, we can. Because we got this concept of getting to the bag. That's some bullshit to me. I thought it was some bullshit when I first heard the concept. Getting to the bag. Think about it. Most of these young folks that's getting to the bag, especially if they rappers and they got all this shit, and they out here trying to get GoFundMes. That's the new insurance. That's life insurance. That's helping somebody out. It's crazy when you got that, when you say, God damn, you do understand all you got to do is be committed. Be committed. You don't have a lot of people that's committed right now. They can't even be committed to a fucking job. How are they going to be committed to a damn relationship? How are they going to be committed to their children?
And I think this is the topic we should work on more.
I ain't paid rent over 21 years. Look here.
Damn, that's
when I'm hearing about how much rent was and how much it went up, I'm like, God damn, how much is it?
But Hank, hear this out. But Hank did not hear it.
My house then. I mean, I'm gonna sell it my tenant because my tenant ain't paying nowhere near what y'all talking about.
But Hank, hear it out. Everybody had to crap on your thing. You don't have nothing, but you just mentioned you got 3 homes. How many black brothers out here who want to run them out on the YouTube street can claim they have 3 houses? They haven't paid rent in 21 years because you acquire something that most don't have, the knowledge and the expertise. You have all these fake YouTube gurus. Well, you should be the genuine one on a platform teaching these idiots how to be a high-valued man, if that was the case.
Look, man. Hey, Black David, if they want to listen, I'll teach. But if they don't, the hell with them. I'm not going to make you do anything. Look, that's why I do my channel for, the better black man. I want to see black men win. I'm tired of seeing us taking L's. I'm all about betterment of black men, and that's what I do it for. Like, you know, it is what it is. You go right game right now. You can go for it right now.
I call you Big Brother for. Why do you think I call you Big Brother for? I have so much respect for you. You and JT, because this is something I've been pushing for, and JT would tell you last year, I was pushing out the game to him last year. And when he went to the channel I advised to go to, didn't I tell JT, didn't I tell you to get a notebook and write down before you start watching those videos?
Yeah. And
when you're watching the video, how much information you got from that thing?
Oh, you get a gang of information from it. Yeah, most definitely.
I only talk to people who I respect for because they are the real deal. And Hank, I call him my big brother because he speak nothing but pure knowledge. This is why I have so much respect. And when I hear someone make fun of him or trying to bash him, I'm like, dude, you don't know this guy's life. So why are you talking crap you don't know nothing about? This guy just mentioned he got 3 homes.
That shit don't bother us, bro. That shit don't bother us.
I know, but I came from a culture we have honor and respect for our elders.
Yeah. Look,
in my country, we don't let nobody disrespect the elders. I
said on the video before, I enjoy my life. I don't want to go back. Somebody said, could you go back to be younger, being 21? I said, no, I don't want to go back. I said, I enjoy being 48. Yeah. I enjoy these gray hairs. I'm not going to die, but shit, why? I accept it. It is what it is.
Man, I'm riding this. Hey, listen, Hank. I'm riding this motorcycle like it's crazy, boy. This motorcycle life, I'm riding it like it's crazy now. When I was in my 20s, man, do you know the shit I had to learn to get to where I'm at right now? This shit is at a point right now where I'm like, no, I appreciate what life is, man. That's it. We here.
I had a crotch rocket. I said, shit, if I ever get back on the bike again, I'll never get a crotch rocket. I'm too goddamn old.
Street bikes only.
Street bikes only. I drive nothing but old school. I got a 75 Chevy Impala. That's how I roll.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I'm gonna pull him out tomorrow. I'm gonna wash him up, pull him out tomorrow.
Ain't this the funniest thing? The people out here talking about the pursuit of happiness when all you gotta do is enjoy life. All you gotta do is enjoy it. That's why I love saying that it's about the joy of it, because you're gonna have mishaps and you're gonna have all kind of things. Everybody makes decisions that's probably not the best decisions for us. And then what we do, we have to go ahead and suffer the consequences that come with it. We learn from the consequences, and we make sure that we won't make that same mistake again. At the end of the day, why are we doing what we're doing? If it's just for us, then shit, we might as well go ahead and die right now. I'm trying to get this out to other people. This is why we do podcasts and things like that, because we care. That's why we don't be sitting here doing all kind of shit on celebrities and all that shit, because at the end of the day, we're still trying to get somebody to get some type of value out of this. In my opinion, I'm looking at some point you're going to have the younger folks, they're going to gravitate to this way of thinking. Why? Because they get older. They don't stay young. They don't stay. And when it get to a point when your body starts to ache and get ready to break down in your ass, you better have that benefit. You better do what my man Easy was saying. You better start investing. You better start investing in your health. You better start understanding what your benefits are. This is the reason why. That's why I love a woman to say, I love a man with benefits. Yes, you look for a man that got his life together, young lady. But don't
you got to utilize. I'm all for utilizing my health insurance.
I think this is why we have this platform.
And my visual insurance. I pay every month for them. I might as well.
Give you some new ones. I'm about to give you some new ones. It's about to come up right now.
Every week it come out. Hey, JT, every week it come out of my check. I might as well use it.
Might as well use it. Hey, look here. Go ahead, clean this. Get this stuff up out of here. Let me get some whitening for my teeth right quick. Hey, what kind of glasses did I apply for? Yup, let me get them
you have a
right
final
over there.
thought. I see Hank and JT giving some heavy final thought right here. So you might have some final thought on this one right here.
Look, you make time for what's important. I think getting back to the to the title of the show, I think one, it's heavily important that you're equally yoked with your spouse. And I've said this on another stream before. When things get tough, you can't be going to the church and your spouse going to the crack house. It ain't gonna work. Number two, typically when our women are telling us that they want to spend more time with us, they're not trying to take us off of the grind completely. They just want to be included. They want to feel seen. They want to feel heard. It's very important that we listen to them before they stop telling us they want to spend time with us, because then that opens the door for other things to enter and, for relationships to change. So spend that time, man, even if it's going to the post office to drop some bills off or something like that. And then number three, the time with the kids is really important because you can't get any of it back. My kids are 10, 8, and 7, and the time is just flying. Like, I'm going to look up and, they're going to be out the house, and I'm going to be sitting here looking at them old lady like, so now what do we do? You know what I'm saying? And then my last point, keep your marriage first and everything, man. And I'll land my plane now.
I'm playing.
So I would give this right here. Dedicate one day to that woman. If you give her one day, no interruptions, nothing. I mean, whatever it is going on, turn your phone off. Social media, turn it off. Don't involve. Don't pick it up. Don't do nothing. Dedicate one. Whether it's on a Friday, a Saturday, or Sunday, just dedicate it to her, baby. I don't care what's going on in the world. Saturday is your day. It's all about you. So if that's what you want to do, you just want to sit home and chill, watch Netflix all Saturday, cool. As long as I ain't got to watch Lifetime or the Hallmark channel. You don't get me to watch that. I'm gonna watch one good movie and I'm out. Don't be mad at me. I'm done.
This is why I call Hank Big Brother. He does not play.
We'll watch a Showtime movie. We'll go to the movie, whatever. But just dedicate that time to her all day. And with that all day, that'll cover damn near a whole week.
Yeah.
And make sure you spend a couple, give your wife some time to because most of the time she just wants you to listen. She really don't want to hear what you got to say. She just wants you to listen to her. So just be hoping to listen to her. While she's cooking dinner, you just sit at that table and you just listen.
Yep.
Or you sipping on your beer or your cold drink or whatever it is. Just listen. Yeah, okay.
Every now and then, put an ad lib in there. What?
Yeah, she ain't shit. I can't stand
Gloria.
I told you that bitch is crazy.
I see when she went to the mailbox. She cut her eyes at me. I knew she had something to say, but she didn't want to say it. Yeah, baby, I know what you talk about. Yeah, Gloria ain't shit.
Yeah.
Yo, this is I'm mad I didn't make it to begin on the show because I was burnt out. That's my biggest problem. JT know me very well. I'm a supporter to a platform that I've been a part of. And I haven't been consistent because I'm burning myself out to the ground. I'm in New York City. I'm a team that never sleep. I'm a father. I see my kids come home from school. I make sure I'm on top of them while I'm working, do all that other stuff. And even when I do these shows, I let them hear the conversation we have because I want them to learn, to elevate, to go to the next level. This is why I support this platform. I got my own YouTube channel. Don't get me wrong. I have not been working on it because I believe this is something worth being a part of. So I took my time out. I'm not being paid for this. Let's keep it real. I'm a team player. I believe in this vision. That's why it's needed. So I want to give a challenge out to the ladies.
Baby, you was just dry snitch right there, talking about I ain't being paid for it. You like when you trying to say, hey, black man, open that goddamn checkbook up.
I see those super chats.
I ain't getting paid for it.
No, I get it, but here's the real thing about me. I'm that kind of person who always willing to lend a hand to anybody. I've been this way for years. My former church know that about me because you ask me for a favor, cool, I got you. I don't ask for anything because I believe in putting it forward. I don't ask for a payment because I know if I have that type of mindset, I'm not gonna get the trust from other people. They'll think I have a hidden agenda. So I say, let me to be honest with who I am. This is why I'm willing to help anybody and everybody. Because if I see something that we've been a part of, let me start for the ground up with these people. Come on, they get the company big, and you see that you're trustworthy, they will trust you for these things. It's like running a business. Am I right? You find the right people you can work with who can help you build the thing from the ground up. Same thing with a marriage. Marriage does that too as well. But sometimes, even though you thought you got the right pick, you find out you had the wrong pick, it allows you to say, you know what? I know how to look out for the next time. I know to see who could be my team player because this is something I learned from my culture. These values were not being taught in the Black American community, even though I found out some of y'all might be my kinsmen because I saw some information. Well, yeah, there are people from my tribe came to this country and came to the islands. You will never know this, but people don't want to do their homework. People want to check their history, but this is needed. So I'm going to challenge out to the lady. We have a barbershop talk conversation. I need a long talk about these topics we're talking about because you can't say you want the Black man to come back and rebuild with the community when you're not ready to listen. I'm gonna throw that out there.
It's really that. This is how simple it is, man. Men, go find your wife. Young men, go find your wife. Learn how to vet these women that's out here. Young women, understand that man has to be a leader. You have to start vetting him as well, because at the end of the day, what we're talking about is building a community. It's very hard for us to build a community without women and men, period. It's very hard for that shit to happen. Let me tell you something. I can tell you right now, Hank, myself, we both will be like, hey man, we ain't trying to be in a fucking community with a bunch of hard legs. That ain't how we get down. That ain't how we get down. We ain't trying to be around a bunch of goddamn men. I like women. I like my woman that I'm with. That's why I'm with her, because I like the company of her. Quit acting like you don't like the company of these goddamn women, and quit talking about that dumbass shit that y'all talking about. That get to the bag shit, I swear to God, that shit gets on my last nerve. Half of these people ain't getting to no goddamn bag or nothing. These motherfuckers don't even have medical insurance. So at the end of the day, learn something. Just learn some shit. That's all you gotta do. Just learn some shit. And I'm telling you, and you apply it. Once you learn it, you apply it. It's not as hard as people think it is. You go from an elementary standpoint, and then you can start, aggressing to higher things. That goddamn trying to get somebody to invest in shit that they know nothing about, that's some bullshit. I love the concept that he have his son going down, because I do it myself. If I'm buying Nike, guess what I got stock in? Nike. If I got Adidas, I'm putting stock in that. If I'm out here, I got Chewy. These goddamn, this little furry thing right here. That's what I go. And I invest in Chewy. I invest in
JetBlue because since my family like to travel a lot, let me get invested in the airline.
Right. It's not going to be something sexy. This is the thing. It's not going to be something sexy, but it's something that can transfer from one generation to the next. The easiest way for us to transfer our wealth to the next generation is through our children. That's what it is. And wealth is not just money. It's a wealth of knowledge. It's health. We out here, we killing ourselves by eating shit that we know that ain't right for us. I don't give a damn. When we eating too much sugar, we got too much fat in there. We are killing ourselves. So at least mitigate the shit. This is my whole thing. Just mitigate the shit. When you got money, when you're working, you have to pay yourself. I don't care what nobody say, just on a basic thing. Just pay yourself. After that, then you can work on all the other shit. You can work on all these other things. When we talking about building a community, it starts right now with what we're talking about right now, conversation. I don't care what nobody say. It's going to start with conversation. But we have to have application behind the conversation. If we got a bunch of people just talking shit and nobody's talking. Now, we sit back behind the scenes and all that stuff. We trade ideals, and then it goes from trading ideals to trading phone numbers, trading websites, because we're applying it because we want to have our life a lot better. Why? Is it for us? No, it is for the next generation. If you have children, you need to transfer that to your children. The biggest dummy to me is the person that have knowledge. The biggest dummy to me is the person that have knowledge and won't give it to the next person. That's the dumbest person in the world. Why would you do that? Why would you hold it for yourself?
Hank, going forward, I'm going to call you guys this term. You are African living in America. You're thinking like an African. You think about generational wealth, passing down legacy. So anytime I see you guys, I'll tell you are African living in America. You're not an African American. Because you understand what I'm trying to say throughout last year. This is what I was talking about. Building generational wealth. That's what Africans are always pushing for.
Well, you got, bro, you got some cats out here. We already understand. We got more. We got more yesterdays than we got tomorrow. So,
so going forward, they call you you're African living in America because you ain't African American when you ain't think like African American. Think like an African for real.
I got 20 more Christmases, dog. I got 20 more Christmases, and it's over with. So by the time I get to my 18th Christmas, I'm gonna give all that I can give. That's all.
Hey, you gotta do it.
Hey man, let's go ahead and get up out of here, man.
It's a great show. We gotta call it a night. I got nothing to add because you got dropping the gem. Because
we gotta drop our shit, man. Hank, tell them where they can find you at, homie.
Oh shit, you can find me in the basement, baby. That's where you can find Hank on Mondays and Wednesdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, brother.
I'll be looking at your shit, dog. I swear to God, dog. When I be looking at your shit, because a lot of times I probably be working or something, I be like, damn, I need to get on Hank shit. But I be on your shit. I be hitting that motherfucker like, bro. You really put some shit out there, bro. I really appreciate you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Most definitely.
And he taking you out here. You know, Hank and Tanky. Yeah. So don't bug Hank. You'll leave you at the restaurant. Leave him alone.
Yes, sir. Easy Money. What's going on with you, bro?
Yeah, I'm on IG, Easy Money Jones. I make beats, do music or whatever. So Spotify, YouTube Music, all those places. Easy Money Jones. I got mainly beat tapes, but I got a couple tracks out there and got a playlist of songs that I produce. So
okay. Damn, boy, you in my wheelhouse right there. Shit, I done retired from it a little bit. I'm set. That's what I'm saying.
you never retired. You never retired.
Yeah, man, I can't. I'm out here. I said, damn, I'm setting the basement up right now. I'm about to get it back going because I DJ.
And the man who should be talking about that too, he's not here. Mr. Blackman Unfiltered, this undercover singer.
Yes, sir. He do the whole thing too, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Black Man is very, man. When I really, I'm like, I gotta sit down and just vibe with him one day, man, because this dude, he talented as hell, bro. Most definitely. I love the fact that, you know, and then you got Hink. One of the things, Hink, we got to do a show together, bro. We got the 50th anniversary of hip hop, homie. What's going on, man? I love to do that.
Oh boy,
you gotta do
it in.
Just let me know. Let me know
Yes,
the schedule. We can do it.
Yes, sir.
Only the real,
I love to get you on that too, Easy.
Oh yeah.
I love to get you on that.
I tell you this, since they're having a big thing in August, why don't we schedule something for August then?
Let's schedule. Let's do it. Let's schedule it for August, man. Most definitely, because that's definitely that time
on who platform would I be at?
Yeah, they about to do the whole thing. So
we can simulcast it. So that's the good thing about the stream, y'all. We can simulcast, so we can all eat.
Let's set it up. Let's set it up, bro.
Problem.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
On that note, it's time to hit the bed. I gotta kick the kids to bed. It's a great show. Good night, fellas. I hope you watch the video,
brother. Hey man, love y'all.
Appreciate y'all, man. Have a good one.
All right,
sir.
Go. Fire by night and a pillar of vapor by day. Walk through the desert, but when you admire the light, see the villains are paper mache. I'm on the way to the promised land, no contraband. I'm an honest man, I'm coming. Have y'all met me? I'm set free, playing my part like the Red Sea. Man, I'm from heaven, I'm here with my brethren. The volume's 11, now we're getting rowdy. Swing from the scaffolding, spiritual heaven.